Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to start the second day of our conference. As I said, thank you for our co-organizers, EFELA and Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia. Thank you for our sponsors, EMS, EPS, GIZ, Heinrich Boll, Electrostock, and D2P, Refine Legal, BDK advocates, and we need to start our opening remarks. Yesterday, we spoke about energy mix and security of supply. We concluded when we are talking about rule of law there, it is not simple to say it could be just a legislation or just a principle. We need to mix both of that. About security of supply, there are a lot of risk in geopolitics. That means we need to take care about that. And also, there are new sources like hydrogen. There are possible to have, and this is existing, international legislation like intergovernmental agreement and host governmental agreement for special projects, as we just discussed about interconnections this morning. And also the role of AI was stressed yesterday. After that, we had a nuclear panel. Nuclear panel titled Greening by Nuclear. Yes, we discussed how to green by nuclear. And we talk about history in nuclear from Serbia and explain and mention who will be the leader in nuclear science in Serbia, but also we analyze Italian in case who already decide to go into nuclear. And also the Norway presented their case. They are still researching and planning to make a decision. And finally, we had a round table where we discussed a very important topic. And we discussed, is CBAM an effective tool for decarbonization in Western Balkans? And discussion was very interesting. It showed to us an effect, an imperfection of CBAM, and the problem it will raise if some things will not be solved. The things identified, and we need to start institutionally to talk with European Commission how to solve the problem. It doesn't mean that this regulation is somehow should be revoked. If it is a decision of EU to go to that way, yes, but they need also to respect their neighbors and to support our participants in the European electricity market. And that was the conclusion of that panel. But today we are going to talk about democratization in energy, about energy communities. We are going to talk about where regulation of electricity market should go. And also, finally, we will discuss about our association in energy law. Now, I would like to invite Marinella De Focatis, Secretary General of EFELA, to give us a welcome address for today. And Marinella, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Branislava, and good morning, everyone. It is, It is with a great pleasure that I welcome you all today as we celebrate in EFELA since 9 years, since the founding of the Federation. We shared 9 years of life. What started at the beginning as a shared vision in Milano on the 29th of September 2017 has now grown, and you can see, into a vibrant network of expertise and collaboration, and I'd like to add cooperation between Europe and across Europe and beyond. My long-standing and supportive President Vicente López Ibor and myself are proud to announce that today, last year we were 17, we are 19 European countries, following the recent addition of Finland with Professor Kintalus and Sweden with lawyer Michael Worsby to our federation. This growth, as you know, is not just a growth in numbers. This is not important, but is a growth important for the diversity of perspectives and legal traditions that enrich our collective missions. I think that today's conference for us, also to young people, the opportunity to look at one of the most pressing issues of our time, the cooperation in energy law. And we need cooperation not only in energy law. As we navigate the challenges of this incredible energy transition, this topic speaks directly to the mission of EFILA, which is the mission. The mission is to pioneering the legal understanding and the governance of Europe's and beyond energy future. But we are here not only to celebrate EFILA, but to engage, to share innovative ideas, insights, practical solutions, and maybe the keynote speech of Ivone Rocha will give us some news, some information, some advices within the real complex legal landscape in which we operate. Our first day, as Branislava told us, confirmed certainly that energy law has become one of the key instruments for addressing the major challenges facing Europe and the Western Balkans. We explore questions of energy security, investment frameworks, market integration, emerging technologies, nuclear energy, and carbon pricing mechanisms. I think that a common conclusion emerged from all these discussions. The energy transition is not only a technological or economic transformation. It is also legal and institutional transformation. Today, we continue the conversation from a complementary perspective. So, if yesterday we focused primarily on systems, infrastructure, and markets, today our attention goes to people, governance, and participation. The concept of energy democracy is gaining great importance within Europe, or throughout Europe. Citizens are no longer viewed solely as consumers of energy. They are becoming active participants in the energy transition through energy communities, local initiatives, decentralized generation. But these evolutions raises important legal and regulatory questions. First question: how can legal frameworks encourage citizens' participation while preserving market efficiency? Second question: how can legal frameworks encourage, how can regulators adapt to increasingly decentralized energy systems? Third question: how can local communities contribute to climate objectives while increasing energy resilience? And the other burning question is, How can national and international association of energy law support this transformation by sharing knowledge, promoting best practices, and encouraging cooperation across borders? And this is the importance of this moment with all of you. I think that these questions are particularly relevant for the Western Balkans, where energy sector modernization and European integration continue to advance simultaneously. The exchange of experiences that we will hear today from Serbia and across Europe demonstrates that successful energy transition depends not only on infrastructure and investment, but also, I would like to repeat, institutions, trust, and cooperation. I'm especially pleased to note the rich and diverse lineup of speakers that we have today, and also the diverse lineup of associations joining us today, association of EFILA, and not only, I hope, in the future. Your insights, your experience are invaluable, and I thank you all for contributing to this important conversation. A few more words, but few, about EFILA itself. From its inception, the Federation has been rooted in the common conviction that energy law is a unique field, a field that bridges national legal systems and a field that encourages dialogue between them. Our federation is an example of how cooperation can build a legal foundation for a shared energy future. And certainly, EFILA is a center of emotional relationship and friendship between the different representatives of the associations. Let me take the opportunity to announce for those you didn't attend yesterday that EFILA has organized the International Nuclear Energy Law Congress in Milano this September, and I hope to meet you all. Thank you again for this part of this celebration. And now it's my great honor to welcome Jelena Matejic, Director of Elektromreža Serbia and CEO. Thank you, Jelena. The floor is yours.
Distinguished representatives of institutions, esteemed participants from Serbia and abroad, dear colleagues, dear guests, dear friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference that brings together leading experts, decision makers, representatives of industry, the academic community, and the regulatory bodies from across Europe and our region. We are living in a time when the energy sector is evolving faster than ever before. While the technological evolution of power systems brings immense opportunities to upgrade national infrastructure, it simultaneously introduces significant risks to the energy security and macroeconomic stability. We always have to have that in mind. This is precisely why the role of energy law today is more critical than ever. The regulatory framework is no longer merely an accompanying element of energy sector development. It has become one of the key mechanisms shaping the future of the sector in general, steering investments, defining market rules, setting the pace of the energy transition. And in recent years, we have witnessed diverse examples of energy transition across Europe, across globe. Some have proven very successful, but unfortunately, some have shown the conversely case also seen instances where unrealistic expectations and inadequate rushed planning with result in substantial costs for businesses and citizens, with serious consequences even for the energy stability and energy security. For that reason, there is no universal one-size-fits-all solution, and every country must build its own transition model tailored to its specific characteristics, needs, technical capabilities, analyzed deeply and immersely, and development needs of exact cases. The energy transition can only succeed if it rests on realistic technical and economic options and foundations, of course. The regulatory framework really can be a powerful driver of change, but only if it is in line with the actual capabilities of the power systems and develops in lockstep with infrastructure, generation capacity, which was mentioned at the beginning of this day, and even, of course, always following with development of a very adjustable transmission network. For Elektromreže Serbia, security of supply remains absolute priority. Consequently, we place deep emphasis on planning, analytics, building, constructioning work, which allow us to identify risks early and which allow us to implement timely measures to preserve system stability, first of all, of course, the sustainability and security. Today, Serbia is integrated into European mechanisms for cooperation and crisis management in the power system. We have proven our role within European institutions. This integration represents a major milestone in strengthening the resilience of the entire sector, and further, it confirms the importance of regional and European partnership. I would particularly highlight the amendments to our energy law. These changes are specifically designed to shield households and the economy, ensuring security of supply even amidst the pressures of an open market and energy transition, which we also implemented in parallel. When we address security of supply, we recognize 3 levels of action. The first level consists of short-time measures, including risk preparedness, plans, crisis management aligned with the European regulation, alongside continuous system adequacy assessments. The second focused on medium-term mechanisms based on national and pan-European adequacy assessments on generation capacity, aimed at the timely removal of regulatory barriers and the prevention of potential supply issues. However, it is worth nothing than by prescribing very strict conditions for participants in capacity mechanisms tailored mostly to specific stable generation sources. Generation, I would underline that. The European legislation has made it more difficult for existing thermal power plants within our system even to participate. And of course, last but not least, the long-term measures, as experience shows, are the most critical ones. Only through a clear energy development strategy, a well-defined integrated national energy and climate plan, and carefully balanced the generation mix, can we guarantee stable and secure operation of the power grid for decades to come. The decision to lift the moratorium on the use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes should be viewed, and from our side, I believe strongly from everyone's side, very welcomed in this context. At the same time, it is essential to further enhance mechanisms for monitoring the implementation of the planned generation mix, ensuring we can respond dynamically to any deviations from our adopted strategic goals. Moreover, the Serbian power sector currently faces the pivotal challenge, the impact of the CBAM, which is very well known to all of you today. levy on the regional market and on the process of integration into the single European electricity market. Starting this year, the CBAM mechanism applies to electricity exported to European Union, and its current framework presents a unique challenge. It makes no distinction between green electricity generated from renewable sources and electricity produced from, for example, thermal power plants. It is very bad, and it is very fragile situation in which we heavily only stepped into a chapter of using new renewable sources and opening the floor to renewables from wind and solar and from other sources, and being faced with the fact of CBAM tax, which would not allow even for them the success. The consequences of this mechanism could be far-reaching, potentially reducing revenues for generations and system operators, lowering trading volumes, and introducing investment uncertainty for very fragile new renewable energy sources and energy projects in general. So that far, and with this regard, Serbia is working intensively to meet all prerequisites necessary for full integration of the domestic market into the single European electricity market. However, CBAM and market integration are fundamentally linked. This is precisely why solutions must be sought through dialogue, cooperation, careful alignment of regulatory mechanisms in order to avoid consequences that could slow the integration process we have spent years behind us. Throughout 2025, EMS, in coordination with the ministry, which is present today also on this meeting of mining of energy, has actively highlighted the potential risks that this mechanism possesses to the process of electricity market integration, and engaged on these matters with European Commission. And we really have a hope that there will be understanding of this matter, and of course that it will be also advocate through the energy community. I'm confident that conferences like this provide ideal platform for open and well-argued professional debate and the challenges that are ahead of us. Our energy future will not be forged by new technologies and investments alone. No, there is no chance. There has to be synergy. It will depend heavily on the quality of the regulatory solutions, which we were talking all day long and the recent times, and we will talk about that in the future. These regulatory solutions we craft today, our foresight in managing risks, and our willingness to build partnership that transcend the national boundaries. Knowledge, expertise, cooperation, responsible planning are our most valuable strengths and assets, of course, that we possess. And I wish you really, with that regard, highly successful conference, constructive discussions, innovative ideas that will drive the energy sector forward, not only in Serbia, but in region, and believe me, in Europe. We all have the same shape of issues, the same unknowledges about some topics, the same risks, and we are more close from the TSO side than ever to the European TSO's issues as integrated also as NSOE full member in this European transmission network system. So this is the global issues, and we seek this cooperation to put to put on the table all questions, open debates, open heart, open ears and eyes for all questions, not only lobbying one or another portion, because there will be a feedback, negative or positive, of course, impact ever. So I wish you really very nice results of today's meetings with even better conclusions that we had up to date, and wish you really successful rest of this really huge and very important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Marinella, for nice words. Thank you, Jelena, for nice words. Thank you for teach us about necessity of cooperation in legal science, regulation, energy law, but it is one side of a story. Networks are something, transmission systems are a way of physical connections and help us to cooperate in electricity market. It means that we have to take care about both sides. These are very important instruments, and for that, all we need a knowledge. And I have to tell you, when I arrived this morning in this room, some people sit at the back. Why? It is not shame to want to talk, to express knowledge, to learn. It is a value. And we are here to share the value of knowledge, not only about energy law, but about energy from many aspects. And to continue sharing the knowledge, I am going to invite Miloš Kuzman, our moderator, Vice President of OPES. Miloš is experienced lawyer in many different sectors of energy law. And Miloš, please, the floor is yours to start the first panel of today. Here.
Many thanks, Branislava, of such inspiring words, and it's not fair to put me after these inspiring speeches of Ms. Defokatis and Ms. Matic, but I will take it as a challenge. When Branislava told me that we'll have a conference, and she was organizing this, believe me, for a couple of months to put all of this together, because like to have the fantastic conference, you need to have the fantastic plannings, and she did it. I was interested more to be the moderator of the CBAM, to be honest, because it's a huge topic these days, and it's a really hot one. But then, after I saw who will be the panelists on this panel, I was, Branislava was right as many times before. This is what I will say, maybe more challenging than the CBAM in this moment. Why? I was asking myself first why, because 2 years ago, I think here, it was not in this hall, but another one, we had a round table regarding the energy communities. That was the first time we had that in law, and then we tried to explain let's say, our energy legal community in Serbia, what is there, what are the conditions, what Europe do and did about it. And it was a really successful conference. I think we had 40, 50 participants there. And it was very again now, 2 years ago, we are talking about this. But then, like, I know why. Because, like, it's as every other energy institute, we have active buyers, prosumers, aggregators, whatever. Energy communities need to have their place. And they're constantly changing. Their role is constantly changing. Okay, now we don't have any single energy community. In Serbia, we'll have one day. But in Europe, we could see that from the first idea they have, and they put in energy communities on the market, they really reshape the role. And they are still reshaping it. That's why I'm really glad that I'm the moderator of this panel today. And I will invite the panelists to take their places first. First panelist and the keynote speech will be Yvonne Rocha. Please, Yvonne, take the place. She's partner in, it's hard for me to pronounce it in a Portugal language, the name of the company, but I will make it short. It's Deloitte Portugal, that will be easy, and a really experienced energy lawyer from many energy fields. And I saw her presentation in advance, trust me, it's a wonderful one. Please, Mr. Rade Mrdak, could you join us? Rade Mrdak is a well-known Rade Mrdak special advisor to the Ministry of Mining and Energy. The Serbians in this hall that know him really well. He will tell us something, let's say, more about what we did about energy community in Serbia, what are the plans. Then Mario Jašić, GIS Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please, Mario, join us here. Will tell us what Bosnia and Herzegovina did up until now, what are the plans, and to share his experiences. Dušan Vukotić from Elektrodistribucija Distribucija Srbije, it's our DSO here, who will tell us more about some technical aspects which are really, really, really important in the whole story. Thank you, Dušan. And just maybe you, could you please, Dušan, sit on that point, because Professor Bruti Liberati will join us online. And I will invite also our lessons learned, Bojana Petrović-Raičević, who will do the lessons learned after the whole panel. She will do also the consecutive translation, because Mr. Mrdak will have his presentation in Serbian. And I will now call Ms. Ivona Roša to start with her presentation. Really inspiring one. Yes, you could sit or you could stay, whatever you prefer. About she called it From Energy Community to Zero Emissions. You will see it's a case study of how we could transform, let's say, one renewable energy story to another renewable energy story. I will say this at the beginning, and Yvonne, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you for the introductions words. It's a pleasure to be part of such important panel. Thank you, Branislava, for the invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And special thank you, Branislava, for all your work on Serbia Association and around the sharing of knowledge of energy. Also a special word to Marinella, because FL doesn't exist if Vicente asked to Marinella to be our General Secretary. Marinella is all of this sharing, cooperation, knowledge, and energy. I completely agree what Jelena, I think that I've pronounced correctly the name, said, because the energy is almost then take care of a sector. It operates an economic transformation, and each country should find its mixed solutions, taking into consideration its context, natural and economic. And I agree, there's no one perfect solutions. So I think that energy is a global issue with local solutions. And this is a good introduction for what I will try to talk, because I will try to explain and talk about local solutions from local problem with a global issue like energy. My presentation is about more than to share an experience. It's about how sometimes a legal problem is the best excuse to be creative. The project that I'm going to talking about today starts exactly there with the problem we have to solve. LIPOR, LIPOR is an association of municipalities of port regions. Its mission is to treat municipal solid waste, and one of its key assets is a waste-to-energy plant. This plant is absolutely central to meet the landfill diversion targets, and without it, it's impossible to comply with the legal goals for reducing landfill. So, but when the plant was built, it was integrated into feed-in tariff systems. 20 years after, during 20 years, all the electricity produced on this plant benefit from a guarantee price for the energy. But at the end of those 20 years, we have a problem because under the European rules on competition and the internal energy market, we could not simply renew that guaranteed tariff. In a legal point of view, a new feed-in tariff period was not an option, and LIPOR suddenly has had a serious challenge in its hands. The plant must continue to operate. It still needs to treat waste every day and still need to meet landfill diversion targets. On the other hand, the plant must operate continuously. Waste doesn't stop arriving because the electricity price is low, and we cannot switch the plant on and off according to the market and the security system's demands. But more than that, and at the same time, LIPOR is a public entity, is not a company. And as a public entity, it cannot behave like a commercial energy company on a very competitive market, as it is the energy market, because it must comply with public procurement rules. And when it begins a process, at the end, the price changes a lot and the market changes a lot. It's not compatible. But the truth is that we need a stable tariff because any change in the electricity price feeds directly into the waste treatment fee paid by municipalities and ultimately by the citizens. And the fee is regulated and as to be predictable. By law, the waste management system must be environment, economic, and social sustainable. So the question was, how do we keep the plant running in a way that is economical, viable, with a stable revenue stream and a guarantee of taker for the energy? So we need to find a solution that guarantees continuous operation, provide a price and revenue stable, respect the European rules on competitions, and also remain compatible with the public nature of this entity. And the answer was to look at the legal regime of decentralized renewable energy productions, particularly the model of renewable energy communities. And we arrived on energy renewable communities. And this is an important challenge on the energy systems because with them, new stakeholders come to the ecosystems of energy, the prosumers, individual or collective. So we ask ourselves two basic questions. Can we match the energy produced by the plant with a stable and predictable demand? Can we do that while respecting the legal requirements on proximity and territorial continuity between the generation unit and the consumption points? We should, I didn't say, but the plant has about 27 megawatts of capacity, which is considerable. And we start to mapping the possible consumers around it. We identified obviously the building of the municipalities that make part of LIPOR, the consumers' equipments that directly own those municipalities that or by their municipalities companies, the public lighting systems, and another entities with important consumer levers like São João Hospital, one of the biggest of the north of Portugal, and the port of Leixões, another big port of Portugal. In total, we find 11,000 consumption points. Together, these points were enough to balance the supply and demand of the plan while respecting the legal criteria on proximity and territorial continuity, because they are in less than 10 kilometers around the plant. And on this basis, we create the community, and we call it ENO, Energy from North. ENO is a renewable energy community. He has got 28 members. Of course, a great part of them are the municipalities which make part of the LIPOR, and also the port of Leixões, and also the São João Hospital. And we find a solution in order to put together productions and consumption. So now we should find a governance, because it's important, either for the grid management. 11,000 of consumers is not insignificant on this point of view, and also a governance for all to share the energy between all these consumer entities around the plant. And how does it works? From a legal point of view, it is an association. Its members are, as I said, municipalities and Porto Leixões and São João Hospital. The price of the electricity share within the community is decided by the members themselves on a general assembly. They fixed the price for 3 years, 3-year period at a time, in order to guarantee the necessary stability of the price for the plant. And the members commit to meeting their electricity needs as a priority with the energy produced by the plant. The sharing of coefficients has got 4 kinds of decisions. It could be fixed, variable, mixed, or dynamic. The day-to-day management of this complex sharing system is not done by LIPOR, the owner of the plan, neither directly for the community. And we have asked to Porto Energy Agency, which is the municipality of Porto energy entity, which acts and manages the entity for collective self-consumptions. This energy agency signs the contract with in the representation of the community with the grid operator. So there is one voice in the interaction with the grid operation, because we are a lot of members, a lot of consumers points, and it's better to manage it. And it also manages the consumption data and to issues the invoices to the members and to put in practice the sharing coefficients that have been deliberated on the General Assembly. This agency, the manager of these systems, has several responsibilities. Almost of them, there are obligations from Portuguese legal systems for energy communities. You have to manage the admissions and the refuse of members of the renewable energy community. It should ensure compliance with energy sharing rules and coefficients that have been deliberated on the General Assembly. It should coordinate with the grid operators on the chosen sharing model and any change, collect and charge linked to the functions of the community, including grid charge and the remuneration for energy consumed and produced, and of course, manage the allocation or surplus energy in line with is decided by the General Assembly of the association. And they have decided to share this energy with the poor house. It's a way that the municipalities find to contribute against the energy poverty. So if necessary, the agency can even suspend energy sharing, for example, for safety reasons, or in cases of non-compliance with the rules. I think it's from a global governance perspective, the energy community has, of course, the usual articles of association, like any other association, but also a very important document, which is the internal regulations. It's the core of all the community, because it is a really contract with obligations and rights for all the parties. So in the regulation, there is the conditions for using the generation units and for sharing energy, the requirements for joint and leaving the community, the rights and duties of members, the billing and payments rules, how surplus energy is management, and how meetings are organized and decisions taken, the dispute of resolution procedures, and rules also for personal data protections. In practice, this regulation is the core contract document that binds the members together. On the other hand, the relation between the plant, which is owned by the LIPOR, not owned by the energy community, but the relationship between the plant and the energy community is based in a contract solutions. LIPOR, which is as a owner of the plant, enters into a contract with the energy community, under which it grants to the community a real right of use over the plant's productions. So all the productions owns to the community in order to use. This real right of use allows the community to benefit from all the energy produced and the self-consumption regime. And LIPOR, which is essential in this case, remains the sole owner of the plan in order to manage it according to the waste management requirements, and which is also a legal required. In exchange for the use of the plant, the community pays to LIPOR a variable month fee. This fee is calculated based on actual productions and is designed only to cover the costs of generating electricity. The aim of it is not the profit. Take in consideration that we are between public entities involved. All of the energy produced is allocated to the community, and if there is any surplus, it is allocated to vulnerable households under an energy poverty reduction plan that the community members themselves have adopted. So, sorry, in a summarized contractual approach, we are talking of a contract between LIPOR, the owner of the plant, and the community, in order to grant it the community to use the plant's productions. I think the articles of association and the internal regulation of the community, which set out the rules on participation and energy sharing. A service contract between the community and the managing entity, what we call EGAC, in order to manage the self-consumption in a collective way, which angles operational management and the interface with the electrical systems, the DSO, and also the supplier of energy, and an OEM service contract to the plant, which is directed done with the owner of the plant. And the community, throughout these governance bodies, interacts with the managing entity monitoring and the allocation of energy, the management of consumption flows, and the relationship with the electricity systems. The management entities contracts and manage the use of the grid with the distribution systems operating, ensure that energy flows legally and physical from the plant to each consumption point. And it also handles all the administrative and financial workflows, from calculating sharing coefficients to ensuring invoices to management payments. This is how I try to summarize the contractual framework and the relations. The members themselves participate as self-consumers. They benefit from a shared energy and pay for it under the price of the market. From the members' perspective, the relationship is simple. They receive an invoice from the community that reflects their individual consumption and the relevant share of coefficients, and they pay the community for the energy that they have consumed. There are two aspects that are crucial here. The first, they always pay a lower price than they would pay on the regular market. A second is those payments are designed not to generate profit, but merely to cover production costs, because we are in self-production systems. On the top of that, because this is self-consumption sharing scheme, the electricity systems applies reducing grid use tariffs. The regulated feature further improves the economic balance of the model. So I hope with this project try to demonstrate that we can use renewable energy communities can be more than a theoretical concept. They are a really new stakeholders on the energy systems. They can be a very practical tool to reconcile public service obligations, European law competitions, and energy transitions. Now we are developing the second part of this project. We are incorporate solar decentralized productions, and we are creating a municipal energy fund to help citizens to produce its own energy and share it in the community. We really believe that decentralized solution should have an important role on energy systems. Thank you so much for your attention, and if time, I'm happy to discuss some aspects, and it's my contribution for the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. I will not let you to go. I have two more questions for you. I wrote during your presentation. First, I want to ask you, and it was really thorough presentation. I really like it because we really see the phases of how you were doing and what you were doing and what are the future challenges. But what were the most difficult challenges in this project, in the Liparano project?
Well, it takes 2 years because it's the first one. It's big. And it's a new reality because the energy law of Portugal and the energy law of the European community doesn't give solution for every point. And we should conciliate those public entities in order to join with citizens and to develop a project that they are prosumers, and to be prosumers is not its core business or neither its activity. Taking in an energy perspective, the challenge is the dialogue with the grid operator in order to manage everything. I should say that they were proactive, and they help us in order to find the solution. We want to demonstrate that energy communities has got its role. They will not substitute any other stakeholders, but it's one more stakeholders. And they are necessary to develop energy transitions because they have a territorial and a social and economic context, because we should find a solution for the local problem, taking consideration the global issue, transition energy. And this is the challenge, I think.
It's okay. Thank you very much on your answer. And then maybe you partially answered my second question I will have for you. We're witnessing the end of the support periods for renewable projects in Europe, like in every single country you have the end of that kind of periods. And then what do you expect? Do we expect, let's say, more cases like this in Europe, all around Europe, or similar ones in the future?
Well, of course, I expect. And I think we all desire that could happen. Not so big, maybe, but Barcelona has got has found other way to do its own energy transition. The city municipality develops a company with commercial principles. It's another reality, another solutions. But I think the energy transition demands democracy, on the participation of the energy systems. And prosumers, since the last energy package European, it's a reality. And if I produce my own energy, and I know I do not need every energy that I produce, I should share it. I can share with my neighbors, but I can share it also on an organized way. And this is an important thing to take care. I'm not expecting to reply such big realities, but in simpler way we can find from more agriculture, for industrial, for and we can combine electricity with gas also. Lipor with waste management will be considerable producer of biomethane, and we are thinking to put it on the gas grid in order to complementary and also make part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Like, wow, what to say? Biomethane, like you're really, really progressing. I will say this. You need to be the clear, and the project like is the clear example of how it works actually in the Europe. And why I'm particularly interested in what you said, because now we in Serbia had the situations with the end of the support periods for some renewable projects these days, and the people are saying, "Oh, what shall we do?" For years, they have really nice price, really, really nice price, and now they are crying. And after your presentation, I could say, don't cry, try to establish energy community and to see where are you on the market and what could you do on the market, and don't expect from the state the whole time support. That will be like my conclusion. And I think your presentation and what you said to us give us the example that could work, and that the people could, as if they are following the market, and they're smart enough to see what they could do at the end of the incentive periods. Thank you very much. Now I will call Mr. Murdoch from Ministry of Mining and Energy to tell us something about, let's say, energy communities in Serbia, where we are rather.
Dobar dan svima. Hvala mi još na pitanju, da se zahvalim organizatoru na pozivu za ovaj panel. Pa ništa, ja ću danas probati ukratko da objasnim energetske zajednice građana u kontekstu Srbije, koja je njihova uloga, svrha i šta nam još nedostaje da bi zaživjeli u praksi.
Mr. Murdoch is expressing his gratitude for the invitation of this conference, and now he will explain how the energy community looks in Serbia, what are conditions, and what are the main points of this institute in our country.
Kao što je svima poznato, mi smo ovaj pravni institut uveli iz prava Evropske unije u decembru 2024. godine.
This Institute of Energy Community, has been introduced in the energy law in Serbia in December of 2024.
Po svojoj pravnoj suštini to je jedan oblik zajedničkog delovanja potrošača ili krajnjih kupaca, kako to kažemo, kako za sopstvene potrebe, tako i za učestvovanje na tržištu.
The key of this institute is the joint action of the consumers in order for them to jointly participate in the markets.
Ono što bih odmah istakao od tih pravnih osobina koje ima energetska zajednica građana je da ona sadrži korporativnu komponentu u sebi.
One of the main thing of this institute, the characteristic of this institute, that it has the corporate element in its essence.
To znači da građani formiraju poseban pravni subjekt koji je nezavisan od prava i obaveza koje imaju kao članovi te zajednice i kao potrošači na tržištu.
That means that the community forms a legal entity which is independent if we're talking about independent of the consumers, which are the members of that community itself, which means that we have the difference between rights and obligations of that entity as one entity and the members itself.
Što znači da oni preko tog pravnog identiteta izlaze iz jednog pasivnog režima u režim aktivnih učesnika na tržištu, da koriste taj subjekat prevashodno za korist svojih članova i lokalne zajednice i ono što je najvažnije, imaju pravo da uspostave lokalnu proizvodnju i da je usaglase sa svojom lokalnom potrošnjom.
Okay, we need to slow down a little bit. The one thing is that, can you please repeat? Yeah.
Dakle, koriste pravno lice da izađu iz pasivnog režima u režim aktivnog.
So they're using the consumers, the locals are using this legal entity to overcome their role as passive buyers to an active participants.
Koristeći ga prevashodno za korist svojih članova.
So they're using this entity for the benefits of their members.
Uključujući i mogućnost da uspostave lokalnu proizvodnju energije za svoje potrebe.
Which also includes the possibility to use the generation of their energy for their own use.
I ja bih naglasio jednu promotivnu funkciju, što znači da preko energetskih zajednica građani mogu neposredno da vide i osjete energetsku tranziciju i da steknu veće poverenje u istu.
One also important role is the marketing, the promotional role of this institute, because the membership of the energy community can feel the benefits of this institute, and they can on themselves they can feel the benefits of energy transition.
Polazeći od ovog koncepta, možemo ukratko reći koji su to osnovni principi našeg modela.
We will talk about the basic principle of Serbian case and Serbian models of energy communities.
To je princip dobrovoljnog i otvorenog učešća i pristupa članstvu.
The first principle is the principle of voluntarily membership, the open membership of the community.
Što izražava demokratski karakter ovog oblika udruživanja potrošača.
Which express the democratic characteristic of this institute and this form of jointly model of consumers.
Zatim, ono treba da ima lokalni karakter.
The second one is the local character of this institute.
I naravno, ono što je u Evropi princip, ona ne smije da se bavi kao klasična korporacija delovanje u cilju sticanja dobiti, nego da ima neprofitni karakter.
And the third characteristic, which is the same like in the European Union, is the non-profitable characteristic of this institute.
I posebna specifičnost vezana za ovaj model udruživanja je da članovi energetske zajednice ne gube ništa od svojih prava koje imaju kao krajnji kupci.
The last characteristic, but not the least, it's that the membership of this community, they by joining energy community, they do not lose their rights that they have as end users.
Sad malo o tome ko može da bude član. Dakle, mogu da budu fizička lica, lokalne samouprave, mali biznisi poput preduzetnika, mikro mala preduzeća, uz naravno osnovni preduslov da postoji lokalna veza. Po našem zakonu moraju da ima isto sedište, odnosno prebivalište u istoj jedinici lokalne samouprave.
Okay, now is the question who can be the members of the energy community in Serbia. First of all, there are physical persons, yes. Then we have entrepreneurs, micro and small enterprises, but we have the condition that
Da imaju isto sedište.
geographically they need to be they need to be geographically connected. And also, I didn't remember to mention this, the municipalities can also be the members of this community.
Sad bih samo ukratko rekao šta zajednica može da radi po našem zakonu. Naravno, to je proizvodnja električne energije, ali i druge neke delatnosti poput skladištenja električne energije.
Okay, now we will talk about the activities that energy community can deal with. First of all, we have the generation of the energy and then the storage of the energy.
Da tu energiju koriste za potrebe svojih članova.
The use of that energy for the benefits of the members.
Da zajedno naprave ključ raspodele takve energije između sebe.
They together should make a plan of the distribution of that energy among themselves.
Ali imaju mogućnost i širog učestvovanja na tržištu preko profesionalaca kao što su agregatori i snabdevači.
But also they have the possibility for the wider participation in the energy market through suppliers or through aggregators.
I tako mogu da steknu neke dodatne benefite od takvog učestvovanja.
And in that way, that is the way for them to make additional benefits of this institute.
Sad, te energetske zajednica građana, naravno, oni operišu u jednom sistemskom okruženju gde treba izdvojiti dva sistemska igrača, to su snabdevač i operator distributivnog sistema.
It's very important to see the context of this of the operation of the energy community. In that context, we need to talk about the suppliers and the operator of the distribution system.
Energetska zajednica je dužna da obezbedi plan raspodele energije.
Energy community needs to provide the plan of the distribution of that energy.
Da uredi balansnu odgovornost.
Regulate the balance responsibility.
I odgovorna je za svoje interne odnose sa članovima, uključujući i naplatu zajedničkih troškova.
And it's responsible for the internal relationship among the members and charging the costs of the operations.
Sa druge strane, tu je bitna i uloga snabdevača koji ugovara snabdevanje kako sa članovima, tako i sa energetskom zajednicom.
On the other hand, we need the role of the supplier. The supplier stipulates the supplying within the members.
Primenjuje model obračuna koje dostavi energetska zajednica.
It's implementing the model of the calculation of the energy.
Sharing energy.
Sharing energy.
Obračunava višak proizvedene energije.
Calculating the surpluses of the generated energy.
I sa druge strane imamo operatora distributivnog sistema koji vodi evidenciju zajednica, mernih mesta, meri obračunava podatke, dostavlja ih snabdevaču i omogućava obračunsku raspodelu energije.
On the other hand, it's important to say what the operator of the distribution system is doing. First of all, it's taking care of the evidence of the energy community and metering points. It's doing the measurements and calculation of the data. Then it's providing the data to the supplier, and at the end, it's enabling the distribution of the energy, which is based on those calculations.
Sad, da bi sistem mogao do kraja da se zaokruži, neophodno je da izmenimo uredbu o uslovima isporuke i snabdevanja električnom energijom.
In order to implement further the further development of this institute, it's very important to do the annexes of a regulation regarding the energy supply.
Tu, dakle, postoje neki fini detalji koje treba da se bliže urede, poput uslova za osnivanje energetske zajednice građana, uslova za zaključenje i sadržinu ugovora o osnivanju energetske zajednice i neki bazični principi raspodele energije među njima.
When we're talking about what we should change in this regulation, we need to talk about first of all, the contract regarding the energy community, the establishment of the energy community, what we need to do in order to requirements for the contract itself, the elements of the contract itself, and some further details like distribution of the energy among the members.
I mi se nadamo da ćemo tu izmenu uredbe izvršiti ove godine, nadamo se tamo do početka jeseni, da ćemo imati zaokruženi okvir koji će otvoriti vrata i za praktičnu primjenu ovih zajednica. Hvala.
And hopefully by the end of this year, we are expecting to see those elements of the regulation, and with that we hope to close the framework regarding the energy community in the Republic of Serbia.
Thank you very much, Rade, on your presentation. Well, the first question I have for you, let's say it's a basic one. When do you expect that we will have the first energy community in Serbia? Either RETs or CETs, like, what is your opinion about that?
Ja mislim da već imamo neke energetske zajednice, samo se tako ne zovu. To je vezano za drugo pitanje.
Okay, so Mr. Rader thinks that in Serbia we already have some energy community, but the thing is that they are not called in that way for now.
Verujem da čim se zaokruži ovaj podzakonski okvir, da ćemo imati prve prijave, a da bismo imali energetske zajednice kao što je prethodna paneliskinja rekla u Evropi, mislim da će to dosta zavisiti i od samih građana, i od tržišta koje mora da prepozna taj interes, a nama je na našoj strani, kada je reč o ministarstvu, da uz pomoć svih vas koji se bavite energetikom promovišemo taj koncept kao alternativu klasičnim modelima subvencije, što se lepo pomenuo.
So regarding the question, Mr. Radek said that it is very important to see the further development and of the framework, of the regulatory framework. That is one point, and the second point is that it is important, and everything, not everything, but most of the thing depends of the citizen itself.
Thank you for this. And well, you said that we have energy communities. We have cooperatives. Let's say we have cooperatives, and we have two. Now we have three of them. I think in Leskovac is the third one, like Elektropionir, Sunčani Krovovi. So, and regarding that, what do you think? Like after we have the first energy communities, what they cooperatives will do? Do we have then afterwards more cooperatives? Or parallel with energy communities establishment or not? What is your opinion about that? Because of all the incentives in REDS, etc., etc.
Dobro pitanje, ali vidim da sadrže već jednu nedoumicu da li su zadruge u koliziji sa konceptom energetske zajednice građana. Ja bih odmah naglasio da energetske zajednice građana u našem zakonu su neutralne kad je reč o pravnoj formi pravnog lica po kojem će se one pojaviti na tržištu.
We need to say that regarding the Serbian energy law, energy communities, they have a neutral characteristics on the thing how will they express themselves on the market.
Zadruge su oblik udruživanja koje su podobne za ulogu energetske zajednice građana.
Corporations are
eligible,
yes, because they are one form of jointly actions of the citizens.
Zato što se radi o neprofitnim obliku udruživanja. Osim zadruga, ja lično mislim da tu formu mogu da zadovolje i udruženja građana.
So, can you please repeat?
Znači, osim zadruga, neprofitni oblik
Yes, yes.
udruživanja su udruženja građana kod nas.
Also, the thing is that corporations, they have that non-profitable components, which is very important regarding the energy communities. And also, besides corporations, other forms of citizen communities can be used for these purposes.
S druge strane, društvo sa ograničenom odgovornošću ne može da bude energetska zajednica građana, jer je profitnog karaktera.
On the other hand, LTDs cannot be the part of the cannot be used for the energy communities because they are purely profitable organizations.
Da zaključim, znači pod maskom energetske zajednice građana energetske zadruge će moći da funkcionišu i da se pojavljaju na tržištu.
And for the conclusion, in the role of the cooperation of the citizens, energy communities will prevail and will be used and will express themselves in the energy market.
Thank you very much for the answer to the questions, and to the public. If you will have additional some questions after the whole presentations, you will have a time for discussion, like for a couple of questions. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Mario Jasic, who is coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina and from GIZ there, to present us what Bosnia and Herzegovina up until now, that is Federation Republic of Srpska, did when we are talking about the energy communities.
Dobar dan svima. Hello everybody. As Miloš said, I'm coming from Sarajevo, working for the GIZ, German Development Agency, for last 8-9 years, in particular in energy sector. Lately, for last 2 or 3 years, I have opportunity also to work except Bosnia and Herzegovina, also in Serbia and Montenegro. Today, I will shortly present what's happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina regarding energy community. And in particular, I'm very grateful that Branislava have called me today so I can, let's say, present in the good light my country. Basically, I will focus mostly on the entities, since energy policy anyhow is mostly in the jurisdiction of Federation of the Bosnia and Herzegovina and Republika Srpska. There's a small part which is regulated on the state level regarding transmission, exporting, etc., but this is not important for today's story. So, regarding the Federation of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, the total reform has been done in 2023 and the new laws has been adopted. The package consists the law on energy and the regulation of energy activities, the law on electricity, and the renewable energy law. As you can see on the slide, the law on electricity governs citizen energy community, while law on the renewables regulates renewable energy communities, of course, among all other things. And this is also, in my opinion, in accordance with the EU directives, since directive of internal electricity market regulates CETs, while renewable energy directive is regulating renewable energy communities. So in that way, in these two laws, these two directives has been transposed. When we look to the electricity law of Federation of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, the definition is saying that CET is the legal entity that is established in accordance with the laws governing the establishment, organization, and management of the cooperative, association, and foundations. If we will look to the directive itself, directive is saying that CETs are legal entities. So we could argue here that, for example, limited liability companies are missing. Although later you will see how it's done for the renewable energy communities and in both our entities. The law is saying that purpose of forming citizen energy community is primarily to ensure environmental protection, economic and social benefits to its members and owners of the shares of the environment which it operates, and not for the profit. Actual control of citizen energy community according to the principle of one member, one vote is implemented in the law. citizen energy community can participate in various activities. I will not read all of them. Basically, you know this from the directive. It was basically copy-pasted. What is important to mention that the citizen energy community, among other permit, is also obliged to obtain a license from the regulatory commission in federation to carry out activities. There's no devoted bylaw that regulates functioning of the citizen energy community in more details. Regarding the renewable energy communities, as I said, the renewable energy law regulates this kind of a new actor on energy market. The definition has been fully transposed to the law itself. All activities that are prescribed in the directive are also in the law. What is important? Law stipulates that two criteria community members must fulfill, so that they have the place of the residence or headquarters in the territory of municipality where project is carried out or neighboring country, and also that they are on the territory of the one distribution system operator. What I'm, let's say, especially proud of, the law prescribed separate technology quota for the incentives for the renewable energy communities. Later you will see the amounts. Community status is granted by the Federal Minister of Energy, Mining and Industry. The law prescribes the rulebook, which is adopted by the Federal Ministry of Energy. And you can see here what the rulebook stipulates. I will not go into the details. I will just mention a few of things. For example, in the law was put that the share of the profits must be invested in the projects to the local community, so around 20%. You can see in the board, all members must have same supplier. This was added to the rulebook because of the technical reasons, although the directive says that all members of the energy communities are obtaining all rights as a final customers, which means that they can share the supplier, while we put in this rulebook that all members must have same supplier. Why is that? Because there is still no electronic exchange of the data between the supplier in the Federation of the Bosnia and Herzegovina. But I hope in the future this could be easily excluded from the rulebook itself. Many documents are needed to obtain status of the renewable energy community. But you can see in the yellow, I put what is the minimum permit which is needed among all others, let's say, documents to obtain status from the federal ministry. In the Federation of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, in the licensing and permitting regime, let's say the license was put at a bit low, which is also in accordance with the directive for the obtaining of the status of the renewable energy community. So you only need proof of ownership of the location for the renewable source projects. While you will see later in the Republika Srpska, you will need a construction permit. Also, there are many other documents which are needed, but for the start, you first must have a registered a legal entity. On this slide, it is on the local language, but I will try to translate a little bit. This is taken from the decree of the quotas, which is adopted by the government of the Federation, and this decree is prescribing incentives for the renewable energy communities in the Federation of the Bosnia and Herzegovina. So basically, the incentives are granted to the process of the auctions, but renewable energy communities are not competing with the other investors. Basically, it wouldn't be fair to that the renewable energy communities compete with the investors because it is a bit more harder to establish, to gather people and everything. So on the slide, you can see that there are incentives for the PVs, for the biomass, and basically these incentives are up to 2030. In our other entity, Republika Srpska, basically in the electricity law, gives only definition of the citizen energy community, and there's only one paragraph which is saying that citizen energy communities have right to produce electricity for their own needs. Why is this? Basically, the law was adopted in 2020, and Directive on Internal Electricity Market was adopted in 2018 or 2019. So there wasn't enough time to transpose directive itself. I hope that in the near future, our ministry from Republika Srpska will start to also update this part of the law. Regarding the law on the renewable energy sources, the situation is quite different. So the directive or renewable energy directive has been transposed in the sense of the renewable energy communities. Basically almost same as it is in federation, but there are a few differences which I will highlight. The renewable energy community is entitled to the consumption premium for its own needs. So also in Republika Srpska, there are incentives for the renewable energy communities. And while in federation status is granted by federal ministry, in Republika Srpska is by Regulatory Commission for Energy from Trebinje. Rulebook has been the same as in federation, adopted in March 2025. The rulebook regulates, you can see in the slide, establishing of the community, mutual relations of the members with the community, etc., etc. Basically, we were giving technical assistance in the same time from both our entities, and we try to basically harmonize both rulebooks. You can see on this slide what is a renewable energy, which rights has a renewable energy community. I will not go into the details because of the time that I have. What is also important to say, the renewable energy community have two members. Members of the renewable energy community can be natural and legal persons, public companies, institutions. This is very important that in Republika Srpska they added institutions, while in federation there is not. This is on top of, let's say, on the directive itself, because in federation, since there's a bit different constitutional structure, we also have cantons there, and now we have a challenge that some institutions cannot be part of the renewable energy communities. So this was very good added to the rulebook itself. What is important from the technical side, metering points must be located in the territory of one distribution system operator, so same as in federation. Members must be on the same municipality or municipality that is on border to municipality where the project has been done. Balancing is done by supplier, which is chosen by the renewable energy community. Documents same as in federation, but you can see in yellow, construction permit is needed for the granting of the status, a bit higher in the whole licensing and permitting regime, which is also fine. It is not against the directive itself. On this slide, you can also see quotas. Quotas are prescribed by the program of the use of the renewable energy sources, which is adopted by the government of Republika Srpska. So I'm also happy that our minister in Republika Srpska has proposed and accepted, first accepted and then proposed this in the program. So again, separate quotas for the renewable energy communities. But with small differences. In Republika Srpska, the renewable energy communities are not going on auctions, but rather this incentive is granted to the administrative procedure. So again, separately, they are separated from real investors. So what is currently happening in the Bosnia and Herzegovina? We are having a devoted project who is dealing with the energy communities, supporting from the establishing of the legal entity to the giving support to our distribution system operators, suppliers, and all other actors who are dealing with energy communities. We started basically this project with the municipalities to push them first into this story. And basically today we have one registered renewable energy communities in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is municipality Kakan. You can see the name of the project, and status has been granted 1 month ago. Except Kakan, in the procedure are also other municipalities. I know that Sokolac and Modrica is in, let's say they registered their legal entity, they obtained construction permit, and now they requested the status of the renewable energy community from the regulatory commission from Trebinje. So you can see on this slide that we have around 7 municipalities which are planning or already established a legal entity, and they're planning to go in the direction of establishing a renewable energy community. That's it shortly. We also have Brčko district, which they have their own laws, but I will not go into this direction since we have a limited time and they are pretty small. And for you, it's important to hear about our 2 entities, what's happening.
Thanks, Maria, for the great presentation. Well, bravo for the first energy community in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I know that GIS supported it, so bravo to GIS Bosnia and Herzegovina also. We could see that a lot of these threats are in different phases in Bosnia, and then you'll have more of them. But could you tell me, like, what were the most difficult challenges in establishment on the first threats in Bosnia? We need it because we need the first one here, so we need to see what to expect.
Oh, there are many of them happened and still happening and will happen. So it is not. It looks nice on the slide. You know, we established soon the PV will be constructed on the site and everything. But in the whole process, there are several legal, technical, and the capacity or human challenges that we faced. From the legal side, Bosnia and Herzegovina has I would say, I will not say difficult, but interesting constitutional structure. So with all this licensing and permitting regime on different levels was really interesting to follow up. That was the first thing to obtain the permits which are needed. The second side, from the technical matter of the view, we had to take into account that all members of the renewable energy communities must have smart meters. Without smart meters, this law is not possible. So this is the precondition to all. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in accordance with this report from the ECRB, from Energy Community, it's around 25-26% of the Bosnia has smart meters, something like that. I'm a lawyer, I'm not good with the numbers, but this is something that I remember from some presentations. So smart meters. Also from the technical side, we are still solving, I have to be honest, energy sharing. So we are in the constant discussion with our distribution system operators, with our suppliers, how we will deal with this topic. Basically, it is a challenge, but a challenge that can be solved. And the third dimension is this human part or capacity development side. People are still mixing prosumers, active customers, renewable energy communities, citizen energy communities. So this is still let's say thing that we are dealing with.
Thank you for this. And please short answer on this. Like, okay, REDS is fine. You will have these renewable energy communities because like there are incentives for states and for municipalities. That's nice. But for citizen energy communities, you don't have that kind of scheme. So when do you expect the first citizen energy community in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
You saw in presentation that we are still lacking some of a legal part. That's the first thing. The second thing you already mentioned, there are no incentives. I hope that we will have something similar what is introduced in the Austria, where they have different tariffs and let's say reducing of the tariffs for the renewable energy communities, but also for the citizen energy communities. And then when I'm speaking about tariffs, I'm saying about grid tariffs, let's say. So let's see. When we introduce this new, you have to give something. So the people are interested. Without any incentive, it would be hard. Why? Just one sentence. Because in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the electricity prices are pretty low. And because of this, I mean, in whole region, Because of this, still there is no interest in this story. We expect that then in the following years the price will go up, and then these new actors on the electricity market will have more and more chances and more opportunities.
Thank you, Mario. From Yvonne, we heard that it's also possible without incentives or to go from one to another, but still you need to be proactive. So let's see how it will be in Bosnia and Serbia in the future. And now I will give the floor, okay, first to introduce, in every energy project fairy tale, you always have one more bad technical guys who is spoiling the whole fairy tale. And one of them is coming from our, I would not say that he's a bad technical guy, but he's for sure a good technical guy. Dusan Vukotic from our local DSO will present a technical aspect of the whole story. Thanks, Dusan.
Hello. Thank you on your invitation. I believe it's very interesting panel. I participate in several panels in the last period, maybe in the more than 1.5 years. I have maybe 2 or 3 panels on this topic, and we're talking a lot about this aspect. But today I will talk a little bit more about technical aspect of the energy community grid connection. Because everybody mentioned, and now what you see on this panel, market is in focus. Everybody talking about participation of the market, what is the mechanism and others, but nobody talking about how they appear on the network in technical matter. This is a very quite different. Could you slide to? Okay, sorry. This is something about this is the first or second. Okay. Everybody talking about how appear on the market, but what is the most important, how appear on the network. Actually, we started to follow up the local and energy communities from the 2015 when they appear first in some European legislative. But in this moment, local energy community does have another idea about organization and communities on the local level, to reduce a little bit maintenance cost what DSO have in this moment. But from the 2018, I believe, then they removed this very important sentence, local. And when you're talking about, and several today speakers who take in this panel, talking about local and municipality. It's quite a big difference between organization in Serbia and Europe. In Serbia, you have one TSO and you have one DSO and several close distribution system operator. But in Europe, you have quite variety of the organization of the distribution transmission system operator and distribution system operator. Basically, in most of European countries, you have a municipality model. Then you have several hundred municipality distribution system operator, and they fitted one-on-one basically on some aspect of the organization of energy community. Energy community, it's what mentioned. We not have same overlap between the member of the energy community and the user of electric network. Actually, you have in this community existing energy users, but you have maybe new one who will have intent to be in the next period. But also there is some new plan about, especially municipality level or some local community like villages, when they want to have some community and some common resources, storages, PVs, maybe control loads, and they want to organize on this level. We in the previous time, due to GIZ, we have 2 parts of the study of integration of the prosumers in distribution network in Serbia, and we simulate a lot of aspect, a lot of cases what could be happened in the network, and what is the increasing of the number of the prosumers, what is they have affected on our distribution network. In this moment, from the last, from I believe from this year, the maximum prosumers on one distribution area on one small substation, mid voltage, it's maximum 8. In one village, on one transformer, we have maybe 80 end users. And what has happened when all of them decide to be energy community, organized on the local level, and all of them is existing users. They want to install on their households PVs, and on the 80, this total amount of the installation 800 kilowatts. Usually, for one small village, we install 400 kilowatts transformer. It's not technical, not possible that you connect all of them, but also paradigm, then energy, renewable energy must be available for all of them. It's something what failed. There is something what we very caution when we're talking about these local community projects. Basically, now some of them decide to install PVs, but what is happening in the future when all of them want to install, like devices, climatization in every house, maybe several in one house. What is happening in the future when all of them will want to install PVs? The price of the installation decreases. Now it's visible, but regarding the technical aspect of the network could be very, I believe, crucial, because our losses will be increased. Our problem increase also with voltage stability, with voltage levels in this network, and we also must invest a lot to keep these losses under control, and also voltage under control. And everything, all of them could be very effective on the problem of the quality of supply of these customers. And now we started also during this study when we analyzed with colleagues from the electric ETF, we provide a lot of stimulation, and actually we know what happened when a lot of them want to be prosumers, but we not handle how they're reflected on the energy community, because the energy community could decide to install some big capacity on the network. I was talking about big capacity, several hundred kilowatts, because also it's very interesting currently in Europe, they make limitation of the installed power of the community. Nobody exactly said what is the edge of this. They're talking about 1 megawatts. This is very huge installed power when you want to connect it on one substation what supply, for example, one village, but in one village you have enough space to install 1 megawatts PV plant. Another problem, maybe they want to also have some storage. They want to also have some control. Also, EVs is very crucial, because during the day, this is a very critical. There is a lot of equality between consumers, active consumers, prosumers, and there is a little bit mess. What is really when you're talking about energy community, they say, okay, but this is a members of an energy community. All of them, maybe it's not actually end users are. This is something maybe owner of the land. He also could be the member of energy community because he give the propriety to build up new power plant. Also, you mentioned that it's a not profit organization. It means the profit must pay back in this community. And what is the reason why we not have enough, energy communities in currently? I not expect, at least maybe in next 2 years, to have energy community, because I believe because they must appear in on low voltage side. Yeah, because the what I mentioned, and we have one TSO and one DSO, but also organization of DSO, it's very complex. We have 5 distribution area, we have 34 branches, but in Serbia you have 145 municipalities. You have 174 local units, and you have 28 cities plus Belgrade. It's when you're talking about in energy community in Europe, you're talking about municipality or region. Region, it's our organization in cities, but municipality, it's something maybe our branches cover 3 or 4 municipalities. It's very hard to define the precisely rule to connection because what I mentioned, some of them it's already our users. Some they want to be our users. They have some intent to build up new resources, and all of them will be organized to compose this energy community, but they will connect it on the network. There is a share, some condition in the network with another, but it's very crucial if one community decide that all of them, like paradigm in grid agenda, then everybody must have access to renewables sources. This is something what is very, I believe, in the future could be very, I don't know very precisely, and I believe maybe then there's a reason why we not have enough initiative. What we saw in the Bosnia and Herzegovina, this is a pilot project in one municipality. I believe then it's also a measure of the energy efficiency, because energy efficiency, the benefit of DSO, that if they group itself in some villages, they will optimize their loads, needs, consumption, production, actually, and they optimize it. Okay, I will speed up a little bit. Sorry, and this is a reason I put maybe more to just two things too important. When we're talking about energy community, we must talking about localization. Must be localized on some area. I believe we must localize it in electrical matter on the area of one substation on mid voltage or low voltage, because this is obviously it's not overlap between organization chart of the citizen and electric grid. It's not overlap in a lot of cases, and also this measure they provide some restriction based on 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, or 10 kilometers. It's not useful for us. Then we must localize directly on the grid connection on some dedicated area. And also we must be cautious about power of the installation of the total in one energy community. We must be cautious about, because also we have a types, and this energy community, it's also some user on the network and must follow up these types of power plant what we connect to the network. It means maybe it's level to be 400 to fit it with types. Maybe we will, I don't know, decide to be 1 megawatts, but I believe it's in this moment, based on our calculation, could be in first 100 kilowatts, because this is something what not be very affected on our network about our losses. Could be in some cases, I'll be honest, but I believe then we must little bit reduce this. But in our legislative or law, we not define these limits. But I believe then if we want to have very clear situation about connection customers on the network, we must define these parameters, connectivity on the network, and also the total power of installation in one energy community. I will stop. Maybe I not follow up presentation, but you will receive this presentation and everything, actually what I envelop in this, I believe, short presentation, because this is a subject very wide and we can talk about several hours on this topic, but it's most important that we must focus on the connectivity on the technical matter and the connectivity on the market level.
Thank you very much, Dusan, for my presentation. Sorry, because I need we are lack of time, and we still have one guy to speak after you. I just have two small questions for you. Like the one is you talked about the problems of the grid. Now we have a lot of energy market participants who want a part of grid for themselves in different regions of Serbia, whether it's TSO or DSO, doesn't matter. We are talking about DSO now. In Spain, they have something, they have some solutions, which is like register capacity for energy communities on the network. I suppose in some part of Serbia it's possible, in some others maybe not in the same way. Do you think it's possible and technically feasible to do the same in Serbia?
This is possible because first you must allocate the capacity of the network based on the voltage level. Everybody, when you're talking about how many is connected on some network, a lot of people forget on which voltage level that's connected. And first, then you must divide it, you must provide the allocation of the resources per voltage level. Obviously, then we must keep the low voltage allocation volume for the prosumers, active customers, and energy communities. Obviously, it's total installed power. It's not too big, and this capacity it's not relevant. It's like statistical error in the calculation, but be honest, we must keep it. And based on this, we must keep it to avoid situation what we have in other solution in the countries when they install a lot of on the middle voltage level, and and in the fact that they not have enough allocated resources to connectivity on low voltage level.
Thank you very much for the answer. And one more for you, since you're working in DSO. What do you think about the idea, like the positive practice of DSO, let's say, for DSO to in cooperation with some local municipality establish, for example, one energy community, whether it's or sets? I know you have some in a law you have some strict prohibitions, but I think maybe in some ways it will be possible. What do you think about it?
The cooperation, we not avoid any, when they invited us, we participated, and we must have, this is on technical matter, there is a quite exact rule what they connected. And sometimes local municipality or some people who have some idea about some project, they not take in consideration seriously some technical aspect. And in this matter, they always contact, in previous time, Ministry or Mining and Energy also have some intent or have some project, and they invited us. And I believe this is a common problem, and then we ask all, for example, DSO Ministry and other agency must help a little bit from their side to promote energy community more. Because what I mentioned, I believe in the future we will have some benefits of them. Maybe not huge benefit because this is small amount, but I believe they increase in the future, and then it must be take them very seriously in consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vukotic. And now we are going to our last lecture for today. For a closing lecture, there is with us online Professor Bruti Liberati, full professor of administrative law, Università del Piemonte Orientale, vice president of FFLA Italy. So first, sorry, Mr. Bruti Liberati, professor, that you were waiting for us so long, but the discussion was very productive, so I could not stop it like a single point. But now the floor is yours, and let's hear from you something about the European model of energy communities, about the climate, social, and political sustainability of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference, in this very interesting conference. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry I can't be there in person, but I hope that you can see and hear me clearly. My task is to contribute to our discussion on energy communities by analyzing the fundamental characteristics of the model adopted by European legislation and the challenges that it poses, also taking into account the Italian experience. I have put together a few slides which I hope will help bridge the distance between Milan, where I am, and Belgrade. And just a moment to charge the slides. Okay, you see the slides?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. As you can see, my cover highlights that the issue of energy communities concerns not only climate sustainability, but also social sustainability, and it also touches on political aspects. In fact, the phenomenon of the communities has been the subject of study and analysis in recent years from a variety of perspectives: legal, economic, political, sociological, and also social psychological. The previous speakers have already pointed out the key features of energy communities, and so I can be very brief on this point. Energy communities are designed by the European legislator as autonomous legal entities, free in their legal form, whose essential purpose is the self-production of energy intended to be used primarily by their members, but without prejudice to the possibility to selling any surplus in the market, on the market. The European legislation recognizes two types of energy communities: the renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities. The two types are different characteristics. In particular, the renewable energy community are characterized by the fact that they must use renewable sources, and by the fact that they must have a link, or better, the members must have a link, a physical link of proximity to the plant. However, the citizen energy communities can also have a plant, a conventional plant, not necessarily a renewable plant, and their members may be located also at a distance from the plant. And correspondingly, the objective of these two different types of energy communities, the objectives are partially different, because in promoting renewable energy communities, the European legislator seeks first and foremost to encourage the spread of plants using renewable sources, and that on the assumption that the active participation of people in entities that self-produce energy, besides stimulating energy efficiency and savings, may increase the local acceptance of such plans, and so reduce the resistance and the opposition that their construction has not infrequently encountered. This is therefore an objective that falls entirely within the scope of the Union's climate policies. Renewable energy communities are regarded as an instrument of the energy transition, and indeed financial incentive schemes are explicitly provided for and permitted, much as in generally the case for renewable sources. However, the citizen energy communities are promoted without any provision of financial assistance, with the primary aim of fostering the empowerment of energy consumers. That is, to enable energy consumers to participate actively in energy market in their various configurations. The underlying idea, the idea underlying citizen communities of energy is that active and informed energy customers, whether individual or associated, can better contribute to the efficiency of energy markets and to the operation of the competitive dynamics. In these respects, citizen communities are rather a market instrument internal to the logic of economic efficiency proper to the competitive paradigm, which, as we all know, was adopted for the energy sectors in the 90s. On the other hand, it's certain that both renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities also serve objectives of a social nature. Objectives which, in the elliptical language of the European legislator, emerge both from the declared intention of using them to fight energy poverty, and from the legislative choice to give communities a non-profit purpose. It is in fact prescribed that communities pursue principally environmental, economic, and social benefits at the community level rather than financial profits, and that their members be only natural persons, small and medium enterprises, and local authorities, and thus not large undertakings, still less large energy undertakings. And that it's also prescribed that for the undertakings that join them, participation in the community not constitute their principal commercial or professional activity. And so the primarily solidaristic and non-entrepreneurial character of communities is certain. Their role is essentially to supply energy to their members on the best possible terms and not to operate as an energy company. Albeit with less emphasis than is given to its climate and efficiency aims, the European legislation that recognizes and promotes the communities also pursues objectives of a social character. If we now turn to the way in which the Italian legal system has implemented the institution of energy communities, implemented the European rules, it's important to distinguish between the choices made by the state legislator and those made by the regional legislators. Indeed, whereas the state legislator opted for a full adoption of the European model with the same prevailing emphasis on climate and efficiency objectives. By contrast, the regional legislators have chosen to strengthen considerably the properly social function of communities. This is a synthesis of the aims pursued by the Italian regional legislators. The regional rules introduced in recent years with reference to renewable energy communities clearly express the will to enhance the social dimension of the communities. The regulatory and organizational solution adopted by the various regions obviously differ from one to another, yet what emerges is a tendency to grant additional financial support to communities that concretely welcome and support vulnerable customers, including by means of the resources derived from the sale of energy not self-consumed, or that in any event allocate such resources derived from the sale of energy not self-consumed to other social programs, or again, that include as members third sector or otherwise non-profit bodies. At the same time, the rules of many regions reveal the choice to promote an active role for local authorities and for the regional administrations themselves in fostering the establishment of communities. An active role that should translate into specific activities of informing and encouraging final customers, and that the regions promote both by allocating dedicated financial resources to local authorities and in other ways. These are rules that can make a significant contribution to the diffusion of communities. From 2023, the number of renewable energy communities established in Italy has grown very significantly. Decisive for this development was certainly the start of the payment of state-level financial incentives, and yet, as some important concrete experiences clearly show, the operational impetus given by certain local administration and also non-profit association was also very important. Of course, we don't have time to analyze in depth the legal problems raised by the institution of energy communities, but I seek to give a brief account of at least some of the principal legal problems, and I think that it's possible to confine this exam to two essential observations which concern two evident problematic notes of those rules. These problematic issues are: the first, how far should public law shape communities beyond merely promoting them? And the second is, how stringent is for energy communities the non-profit constraint? As for the first one, we have already seen that energy communities are certainly subject to public law regulation, A regulation that is not only promotional, it's certainly promotional, but not only promotional, because it is also shaping in nature, considering that it is intended to define the conditions in the presence of which communities may benefit from that promotion. Nonetheless, they are and remain largely governed by civil law rules, which leave to the private autonomy of their members the definition of many of their structural and functional features, beginning with the choice of the community's legal form and the definition of the criteria of the sharing of the self-production of the self-produced energy. But what we can question is whether this arrangement satisfactory, or would a more pervasive public regulation be advisable, one shaping communities more precisely in view of their public interest objective? My answer is that the choice made thus far by the European and Italian legislator is to be endorsed, both because the flexibility and adaptability that guarantees to communities appears consistent with the principle of horizontal subsidiarity that certainly underlies the community's phenomenon, and at the same time, because in reality, the lever represented by the payment and the possible revocation of public incentives appears in itself extremely incisive. In any event, what appears to be avoided is that the expansion of public regulatory and enforcement powers should take place by interpretive means, as has unfortunately happened in the past in no few other areas of energy law in Europe and in Italy. The second problematic note concerns, as we said, the non-profit character of communities. We have already seen that both the European and the Italian rules clearly give communities a solidaristic and non-entrepreneur character, providing, among other things, that their principal objective must be to provide their members with environmental, economic, and social community benefits rather than financial profits. But how stringent must the non-profit constraint be considered? May it be accepted, for example, that communities distribute among their members any profits derived from the sale to third parties of energy not self-consumed, or from other ancillary activities they may carry out? This question is highly controversial in the scholarship, whereas the case law, so far as is known, has not yet ruled on it. In this regard, it's certainly very important to say that it's necessary to avoid an instrumental and distorted use of the institution of the energy communities. And yet, in my view, it should not translate into a rigid formalistic approach to the problem, such as unduly sacrifice the ratio and indeed the letter of the rules specifically concerning energy communities. to return to the controversial question of the distribution of any profits of communities, it must be recalled that European legislation, while it precludes their being directed principally to obtaining financial profits, does, however, explicitly allow that environmental and social the communities may entail for the benefits that are not only environmental and social, but also economic. And so why should be it denied that such profits could be allocated to reducing or even eliminating the costs that members must bear for participation in the community? I come to my conclusions. I would like to return to the properly social and political value of communities, which in my view goes well beyond the objective, important though they are, declared by the European legislator. On this further social and political value of communities, analyses of great interest have already been written, such as those that draw on the extraordinarily rich concept of energy justice. But it seems to me that the most promising perspective, and in any case the most ambitious perspective, is the one that interprets energy communities in the light of the principle of political economy of citizenship, and together in the light of the theory of the commons. Communities can be, they are not necessary, but they ought to be places in which people relate to an essential good, not merely as consumers in a market, but as citizens, collectively assuming responsibility for it and taking part in its production and sharing, and which in this way exercise a form of self-government on a local scale, of course, and cultivate reciprocity and civic capacity. From this perspective, community can be the embryo, the nucleus of a logic different from that of mere economic efficiency and consumption, which so extensively guides the institution of our economy. It is precisely a logic of citizenship and of a citizenship economy whose potential must certainly be assessed with realism, without utopias, but cannot be underestimated a priori. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Professor Liberati, for this really, really good lecture about the principles of energy community and your vision about it, considering the Italian problematic, let's say, in different cases. I have many questions for you, but since the lack of time, I will ask you only one and to conclude it. The very first slide, you said that energy communities have drawn analysis from many disciplines, and you mentioned legal, economic, political science, sociological, psychological. What do you think? Could we add the ecological perspective on it? Why yes and why not?
Yes, certainly. Certainly. Energy communities can and should be analyzed and studied also from an ecological perspective, which in a certain sense actually encompasses all the perspective that I and you mentioned. Because ecology is not just about air, water, and soil, but also about cultural, institutional, and political systems. An ecological approach leads to a different understandings of the ideas and values that guide individual behaviors and collective choices. I think so.
Thank you very much, Professor Bruto Liberati. Well, as you said, like ecological perspective is actually part of all of these perspectives and could be also let's say the different one. But yeah, we need to put it in a logical way when we talk about the things. And thank you for putting it here in our presentation. And I will thank you now for the wonderful presentation. You could stay with us until the end. I will not allow questions now because we are out of a time, so maybe you could do it later without speakers. But I will now ask the Bojana Petrovicevic from company NISA de Novi Sad, like expert for energy and ecological law, to give us the lessons learned. Please, Bojana, do it shortly because you're totally out of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. It will be very hard for me to sum up all the generously shared knowledge experience from our speakers, but I will try to do my best. First of all, we had opportunities to see the win-win situation from Yvonne Rocha from Portugal regarding how energy communities has helped one waste plant company to continue existing on the harsh energy market. So the energy community represented consumers, 11,000 of consumers who ensured the stable revenue for the company. And the company, the waste plant, ensured the stable generation of the energy. So we have energy security on the one side, and on the second side, it's also worth mentioning the distribution of the energy among the poor ones. So it's also meant to fight energy poverty. Secondly, we've heard from Mr. Murdoch the Serbian model regarding the energy communities. We also mentioned the connection between cooperatives and energy communities in the Republic of Serbia. Also, we heard that we can expect by the end of this year the annexes, the rounding up of the Serbian regulation regarding the energy community in the form of regulation of energy supply and delivery. The next, we've seen the model of the Republika Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We saw the citizen energy community, renewable energy community, CETS and REDS, and the requirements Bosnia and Republika Srpska rule books require for their establishment. Also, the big information, the crucial information for all of us, I believe, is the thing that in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have one registered renewable energy community. Next one, we heard the perspective of the Dusan Vukotic, the DCO representative. So he explained to us the complexity within the networks and the grid regarding the energy community and connection to the grids. And also, it is very important to say and interesting that Mr. Vukotic has raised one important question. Should energy be available to green energy? Should renewable energy should be available to everyone in society? Is it possible if we bear in mind the questioning rising that it was rising regarding voltage stability and prices which will be affected? So we have several problems that can be reasoned there. First of all, it's the connection to the grid. If we have some energy community projects with big installed capacity, is it possible, and how will it affect the grid itself? Second, it's the question which is very popular these days, is the storage capacities and which will be their places regarding the network. Also, we've heard the localization element, the geographical component, and its importance if we're talking about the energy community and its establishments. And the last was our professor, Bruto Liberati, that shows us and reminds us of the important components of this institute, legal, political, and social components. Professor highlighted the difference between renewable energy community, which is an instrument to achieving a climate policy, and a community of citizen energy community, which is a market instrument. And also, the on various of his sentences, underlined the importance and the public objective of this institute. And to sum up, all of our speakers has again show us the importance of the energy community and as an instrument that has a pivotal role of aiming and achieving the energy transition. And we can also agree that energy transition, it's very hard to imagine the energy transition without the citizen-led democracy.
Many thanks, Boina. Now, that will be the end of our session. Thanks, panelists. Thanks, Boina, for the lessons learned. Thank the audience for the patience. Well, we were a little bit longer, but the topic was interesting, I suppose, to everyone. So I hope that you are satisfied with this presentation, with this panel. Thank you very much.
Just a second. We will make one photo and with our panelists, and we are going to continue before coffee break with one presentation, how it is written in the program. I'm sorry because we somehow wasn't sticking the time, but also our presenter and our friend from Greek, she can't change her program somehow. We will continue immediately with her presentation after this photo. I would like to thank you to all panelists, and especially thanks to Bojana, who only lessons learned provided, but she also helped us in translation. But Bojana thanks to Bojana, because she was also a translator during a session, but it wasn't her main job. She supported the conference with this. Thank you, Bojana. Dali, ne vredi.
Can you hear me? Branislava?
No. It is one. Correct. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with the presentations. After this panel about energy communities, we are going to continue with one very interesting lecture about regulations. And somehow, until now, we had different topics, and it is not, the whole frame, it is not mentioned if we didn't discuss how to regulate energy market. But what we heard until now, there are many changes. And when we started from EU legislation, from second package, third package, fourth package, another changes in legislation, somehow the regulation of the energy market should be changed in accordance with that. We plan to invite Professor Konstantinos Tsimaras, but he cannot arrive. But it doesn't mean that we will have with us a new person whom I want to introduce to you, Eli Rakodaki. She is the head of European International Affairs Unit of Regulatory Authority for Energy, Waste and Water in Athens, Greece. Eli, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a real pleasure and honor to be here today. I'm very glad to be joining you even remotely, and I will briefly present on behalf of Professor Tsimaras, who unfortunately was unable to join us due to unforeseen circumstances. I will try to capture the key messages of the presentation on the evolving role of national regulatory authorities in the new energy market. Let me start by setting the broader context. The EU energy landscape is evolving very rapidly, driven by the need to achieve climate neutrality, strengthen energy security, and ensure affordable energy for consumers. In this context, a number of important policy initiatives have been introduced, including the EU Grids Package, the reform of the ETS, the Citizens' Energy Package, and the Electrification Action Plan. Together, these initiatives aim to address key challenges such as increasing electricity demand, the integration of renewables, and the growing importance of digitalization. Let me briefly walk you through the structure of the presentation. We will first look at the main EU policy developments shaping the energy market. Then we will move to the role of national regulatory authorities and how these policies are translated into practice through their core functions. Overall, the objective is to show how NRAs are central to shaping a secure, competitive, and forward-looking energy market. Next slide, please. EU Grids Package. One of the key developments is the EU Grids Package, which responds to the significant increase in electricity demand expected by 2030. This requires major investments in infrastructure, including upgrading networks and strengthening cross-border interconnections. The package focuses on improving planning and cost-sharing mechanisms, accelerating permitting procedures, and ensuring more efficient use of existing grids through flexibility and new technologies. It also introduces important changes in areas such as grid connections, market design, and anticipatory investments. Next slide, please. Another important element is the reform of the emissions trading system. The updated framework aims to support industrial competitiveness while maintaining strong decarbonization incentives. It includes revised benchmarks, continued support for indirect emissions, and new mechanisms to ensure market stability. In addition, significant funding is mobilized to support innovation and decarbonization, particularly for industry. Next slide, please. Citizens' Energy Package. The Citizens' Energy Package places consumers at the center of the energy transition. It focuses on protecting vulnerable consumers, improving transparency in contracts, and enabling faster and easier switching between suppliers. At the same time, it promotes more active consumer participation through flexibility, self-consumption, and energy communities. This reflects a shift towards a more inclusive and consumer-centric energy system. Next slide, please. Can we change the slide, please? Okay. Regarding the energy security framework, strengthening energy security remains a key priority. The revised framework builds on recent crisis experience and addresses new risks, including cyber threats and climate-related disruptions. It also enhances coordination, monitoring, and solidarity mechanisms across member states while adapting to new energy carriers such as hydrogen and biomethane. Next slide, please. Digitalization and AI. Digitalization and artificial intelligence are becoming central to the energy system. The focus is on enabling smarter grids, improving efficiency, and supporting data-driven decision-making. At the same time, ensuring data interoperability, cybersecurity, and trust is essential. Regulators have an important role in ensuring that digitalization supports both innovation and system stability. Next slide, please. The Electrification Action Plan. Electrification is a key driver of the energy transition. The objective is to significantly increase the role of electricity across sectors such as transport, industry, and buildings. This includes promoting smart charging, integrating electric vehicles into the system, and supporting infrastructure development. At the same time, it requires continuous investment in grids and system flexibility. However, these policy objectives can only be translated into practice through effective regulatory implementation, and this is where national regulatory authorities play a central role. Next slide, please. First of all, NRAs ensure efficient network access and cost-reflective tariffs. They design tariff structures that reflect system costs while incentivizing efficiency, flexibility, and the integration of new technologies. They also manage grid access, ensuring fairness and addressing challenges such as connection queues. Next slide, please. Market monitoring. At the same time, regulators oversee the proper functioning of energy markets. They monitor wholesale and retail market, ensure competition, prevent market abuse, and promote transparency. Regarding consumer protection and data access, consumer protection is the central pillar of our role. NRAs ensure transparency, enable switching, and protect vulnerable consumers, particularly in times of price volatility. Regarding the grid development, regulators oversee infrastructure planning. They review investment plans, support anticipatory investments, and ensure that system development aligns with long-term needs while remaining cost-efficient. Market entry and flexibility. At the same time, they facilitate innovation and market entry. This includes enabling energy communities, demand response, and new business models, which are essential for a more flexible and decentralized system. Regarding digitalization, the role is also expanding. NRAs ensure secure data exchange, oversee smart meter deployment, and support the integration of AI while maintaining cybersecurity and trust. Cross-border coordination is increasingly important. NRAs work closely with European institutions and other regulators to ensure market integration and efficient use of interconnections. Finally, regulators ensure compliance with the rules. They issue binding decisions, monitor compliance, and resolve disputes, ensuring that the market operates in a fair and transparent way. To conclude, national regulatory authorities are no longer just market supervisors. They are key enablers of the energy transition, ensuring that it remains secure, affordable, and inclusive while supporting innovation and integration in an increasingly complex energy system. We have a lot of slides following, but since we are running late, I try to make it shorter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Avi, for your presentation and that you think about the time. It was a pleasure to have you here with us, even it is online. And I hope next time you will come to Belgrade to accompany us. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Hvala svima. Sad možemo na ovu oficijalnu pauzu za kafu koju smo planirali i u programu, pa da imamo jedno 10 minuta i onda da nastavimo naš poslednji panel. Uh, Dear ladies and gentlemen, after all of these very official panels, now we have one which I can say is more conversation than it is somehow lecturing, discussion about energy topics. Idea is to talk, and I'm sure that Vuk will, our moderator, Vuk Stankovic, who is the vice president of Serbian Energy Law Association and who is experienced lawyers in many different sectors, but I think that his favorite is renewables, that somehow he will include all of us because we are here to make networks, to make connections as we started today, and I will stop. Look, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Branislava. First of all, I would like to welcome our special guest, Elaine Gallagher. Elaine is here with us on behalf of Energy Law Ireland. Elaine kindly corrected us before our panel, so she's currently with ESB Ireland, so no, not AR Grid. As stated in the brochure, although she was with Grid several years ago, 5 years, I think, as Elaine. In our defense, here in Serbia, we like to say that we are about 5 years behind on energy reforms. So for us, that still felt reasonably current. Okay, she's energy market specialist, as I said, at ESB, leading utility company in Ireland. She previously worked with the Commission for Regulation of Utilities and Ireland's TSO. Elaine brings over 15 years of experience across the energy industry, regulation, and the policy space. She is currently a PhD candidate researching TSO governments across single electricity market and United Kingdom. Second, with us, we have Davorin Marinkovic on behalf of Energy Law Association of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Davorin is a managing partner and co-founder of Dimitrijević and Partners in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He leads the firm's energy and infrastructure practice with extensive experience in energy infrastructure, public procurement, concessions, and PPP projects. Davorin also has advised on a broad range of regulatory and project development matters in the energy sector and actively engaged in legal and policy discussions. And last but not least, we have for sure our Branislava Lepotić-Kovačević, our president. Branislava holds PhD in law, and she is distinguished Serbian legal expert in energy law and one of the founders and for sure leading figure of our association. So I would like to welcome you all. And first, I would like each of you to share a few words about your association, and Branislava will share a few words about our association here in Serbia. Elaine, I would like you to start. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I get this right, but I wanted to say dobrodošli I hvala.
Hvala.
Thank you very much for inviting me here to speak.
Thank you, Marinella. In particular, I echo the words of Ivona earlier in terms of your energy, your commitment, your cooperation and leadership within IFLA. So it's sensational to meet you again and again to speak here. In terms of my own contribution or work with Energy Law Ireland or IFLA more generally, is the mic too loud or is it okay? I think it's okay. Okay. In 2009, so we did kind of preempt you here in Serbia. In 2009, a number of legal professionals, including myself, had a dinner with energy policymakers and lawyers working in the energy space. We invited people that we thought would be interested, and approximately 50 people turned up. And from that, Energy Law Ireland was founded and a committee developed. And we were amazed at the level of interest, the level of commitment, the idea of spending time together to discuss important policy issues, and often on an off-record basis. And we have found that it was a useful way of being able to discreetly influence policies or even just discuss the issues, because policymakers, I'm sure it's the same in Serbia, but policymakers are often afraid of regulatory capture. There is a fear that there might be vested interests. But if you can have a conversation about the important issues, then oftentimes, and that conversation is in the open under Chatham House rules, then I think it's very useful in terms of influencing policy. Some of the discussions that we've had have been around, I suppose, the application of REMIT, the development of our energy market in Ireland to comply with the third energy packet and the EU target model. And also more recently looking at sort of energy security issues and in particular objections in the planning space. So there are some of the issues where there has been consideration, discussion, and I think it's very fruitful in that space. But I don't want to draw the line because I think it's a continuous process in terms of continuous engagement and hopefully the opportunity to discuss important issues and find ways to resolve them.
How large is your association right now?
We don't operate an official membership basis, so we ask people to contribute to events, and that's the model that we have used. In terms of membership or who comes to events, we could have between 50 and 100 participants coming to our events, depending, and we probably have a sort of a core support group of around 50. And that will obviously vary depending on the topic, the issue. We host events probably maybe 3 to 4 a year, and they're managed internally by the committee and oftentimes with support from either utility companies or the larger law firms that might sponsor events. And we find that that is also an efficient way. Can you hear me or am I too loud? And that's an efficient way of ensuring that people know about our event. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Elaine. Davorin, your association is rather young, right?
Well, yes, you are right, and I would say actually newborn. But to avoid any, false representation, I must say we are currently going under registration process. So it will take us a few more months, probably, how it goes with the bureaucracy, but hopefully we will get it. For start, I must say, we were inspired by these conferences that UPES is organizing, and we were inspired by Energy Law Association of Serbia, and that's how actually we started the process. So the whole idea was actually, Bosnia is a bit specific, and the country is currently undergoing different reforms, especially in energy sector. It has its own specifics. So there were actually two major ideas that drove us, to this point. Firstly, to create a platform for knowledge sharing, because in Bosnia we have different sub-jurisdictions that have their own competencies in the field of energy, and we actually wanted to have a space to create a space that all of us somehow involved in energy sector can, share and learn one from another. Of course, another idea that drove us is actually to have networking between, because there is a lot of key players actually in the market, not only us working in the commercial law firms providing advices to investors, but also those who are engaged with the institutions. So basically some 15 to 20 people gathered. Few are lawyers, lawyers in law firms, and others are from regulator, public utilities, and ministries in Bosnia. So that's the core team actually that started. Is, as I said, we are going through registration process right now, and hopefully then after completing registration, we will invite all colleagues involved in the energy sector, especially lawyers, to join us. So that was the idea.
Okay, thank you, Davor, and we are glad to hear that you're gathering, let's say, core and entire market participants together, and wish you all the luck with the further developments and registrations.
Thank you. We will need it.
Okay, Branislava, I won't ask you any questions right now. I know everything, but please share a few words about our.
Because of administrative reasons.
Yeah.
We need to say something about our association. As I mentioned yesterday, we were established in 2018. It was somehow common feeling that something should happen. And few of us met and talk, okay, we need it. We need this. Yes, Vuk knows that very well because he was one of them. Also, Nikola was one of them. Also, Ivo, so Milos was one of them. And somehow that need appeared that it was so simple. Somehow we just decided to invite other our colleagues and set up a meeting, prepare the documentation. Zorana is also here, yes, and said, okay, is it possible to set up it? To set up association? Do you agree? They said yes. Okay, we are going to sign our association agreement, and it was like that. And after that, everything started.
Please all founding members in the first row. Because, okay, Milos. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Branislava. So I have a question for each of you, because we are here to discuss a bit security, energy security, and the role of associations in that regard. So for each of you, is energy security primarily about security of supply, grid resilience, market stability, energy independence, or something else, or all of that together? Elaine, please.
I think you've answered the question very effectively yourself by saying all of it together. I think if you look at every one of those elements, from energy security, I suppose the impact on customers in terms of affordability, climate crisis, grid resilience, you can see how the population generally, customers, have been really impacted. Some of the examples of that would be, for example, the rise in energy crisis over beginning with COVID and with the Ukraine-Russia energy crisis. So the cost of energy has gone up considerably, and obviously because gas is linked to the pricing of electricity, that's probably going to continue. It's also important to think about, certainly in the Irish case, our population is rising. At the moment, our population is maybe 5.3 million, and to go to about 6 million by 2030. So we've a rising population. We have a great percentage of data centers operating in Ireland. And those data centers are, there's probably just under 90 of them. And if you look at the amount of energy that they use, in recent years, they've been using up to about 50% of the energy produced in Dublin. So they're massive in terms of the scale. And because of that, we've had to look at how do we increase the energy capacity on our grid for a start, and how do we deal with this? Also our green commitments in terms of going to carbon neutrality by 2050. So all of that means that electricity pricing is relevant, and the great carbon neutral adventure, maybe we might call it, as well as the pricing of electricity, as well as looking at grid resilience, because in Ireland, we're planning to go to 80% renewables by 2030, and then our great carbon adventure to 2050. But how do you do that? How do you have 80% of your electricity demand being furnished by renewables, and still have a stable grid? And for those reasons, then you need storage, interconnection in our case, flexible gas, and all of those have been components of our energy security strategy. And so for those reasons, it's very difficult to say it's one thing more than the other, but it's a connection of bodies and policymakers and technical experts working together, and also developing the regulatory frameworks that hopefully will support that. And that's not always a perfect scenario. It doesn't always work out, and timelines can be quite constrained in terms of whether or not that is possible. So I would say, to answer to your question, what is it? I would say it's all of the above. It's energy security as we conceive the issues with Ukraine and Russia. It's protecting consumers, making sure we can keep energy prices as low as possible. It's grid resilience to make sure that there's the maximum amount of security of supply in terms of independence. Just even one example on that, most of our gas comes from the UK, so having some kind of diversity, diversification in terms of your supply is so important. And last of all, we all are united in this ambition to get to climate neutrality by 2050, and therefore we're all united in this adventure. As just one aside, I might just make one point. Our colleague Ivona at the beginning of, at her keynote earlier on today, she spoke about the project that was 27 megawatts in terms of an energy community scheme. And I thought it was really interesting because the organization that I work for in the early 1900s was responsible for developing a hydro project of 86 megawatts. And that 86 megawatts was enough to electrify all of Ireland. And people thought the director of my company, Thomas McLaughlin, was mad. He says that he had never received so much opposition to this project. And so now we find ourselves, all of us, in this journey to 2050 together, and equally we're facing all of this opposition. So it's interesting how we can work together to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lena. I totally fully agree with you. So much opposition for hydro project now sounds very strange and very peculiar, for sure. But back then, I can imagine how it was. And we also tackled very important issue, because we all have targets, we all have goals, not just concerning the renewables, but climate issues as well. So, Daurin, can you share your view on this subject, please?
Yeah, I can. I mean, it depends. Are you asking me as a lawyer or as a normal person? I mean, normal person. I'm not implying that lawyers are not normal. As a lawyer, I would say it's security of supply. I mean, because if you look at the directives and things like that, only security of supply, I mean, is defined. But somehow I feel it's not sufficient. For instance, firstly, if you say, energy security, it sounds or smells like politics or even geopolitics in these days. But for me, it's more personal. For instance, I will share a personal part when somebody mentions energy security. I was 12, it was 90s, actually May or June 1992. We ran out of electricity. So we were kids, we were in front of the building, and somebody said that his father heard on the radio that energy system collapsed. Okay, we thought it's something that will be fixed within a few hours, as it used to be regularly, but the guy whose father was actually an electrician said it takes a lot of time actually to fix it. So experiencing during those ages, I mean 90s, shortages every time. For instance, it even happened that for one period we didn't have electricity for 40 days during the winter, and we somehow live with that. That for me, energy security and that part of regular supply, that means energy security. On the other hand, also it somehow connects grid, because if you remember 2 years ago we had that regional blackout that happened. That was a bit scary. It reminded me of 90s actually. For instance, I was in Trebinje, and okay, I was there, but my colleagues were traveling from Banja Luka to Trebinje through Bosnia, and going through towns where the traffic lights were, no traffic lights, nothing all over the way. I mean, you feel insecure, it looks very apocalyptic. So I would say, yeah, it's more than energy supply itself, as it was said.
Thank you, Davorin. Unfortunately, we all have memories from 90s, for sure, especially we from Balkans here. Branislava.
Thank you. It is hard to add anything to my previous speaker. Somehow, I will use all this, somehow vice versa. Because why we are here? We are members of association. And why is it important for security of supply? In any case, our mission is, as we mentioned this morning, to cooperate, to exchange knowledge, and somehow to support development of not just legislation, but of all surrounding that is connected with security of supply. And what does it mean? We are talking with our colleagues from different sectors. We are talking with especially in our association, members are not just only lawyers, members are also engineers, economists, and all other professions who would like somehow to contribute to energy law. Somehow, during our conversation, we contributed to knowledge and to development, I hope, to legislation, into whole environment that, if it is possible, to prevent as much as it is possible and need that any negative consequences and any unsecure of supply will happen.
Okay, for sure. In Serbia and Bosnia, security of supply is definitely is the biggest issue. Something we have fear from, sure. But our legal framers are adopting fast enough in each jurisdiction. I know for Serbia, but Branislava will explain. That administrative barriers. But I would like to hear, Elaine, from you in Ireland. So what is happening in that regard?
In Ireland, the difficulty is the scale of the ambition. So if you're moving to, for example, by 2030, 80% renewables on your system, bear in mind that currently about 40% of our electricity, give or take, comes from wind. So if we're talking about transitioning to 2030 and then to carbon neutrality in 2050, the scale of the developments, the scale of the amount of megawatts that have to be added are extraordinary. I'll just give you a few examples. In terms of offshore wind, we're anticipating to add 37 gigawatts. So that's 37,000 megawatts, obviously, and about 18,000 or so onshore wind. That's 18 gigawatts, and about under 5,000 megawatts of storage. So just in terms of the numbers of this, it seems extraordinary, as well as some thermal, some flexible gas. Bearing in mind that all these projects have to be consented, have to get through a planning process. We've had a regulatory framework set up to support offshore wind, which hasn't really been in place until now. We have maybe 25 megawatts of offshore wind, which in the grand scheme of things isn't a huge amount. So what are the real difficulties? For us, the difficulties are getting projects consented and through the planning process. And just to give you an example of some recent additions that have had added sort of benefits and I suppose contradictions to that plan. So we've got a carbon bill. It's a low carbon climate action and low carbon bill that's in place. And it basically creates a legal obligation on Ireland to comply with our 2050 targets. And this is to be accomplished through a series of climate budgets. And all public bodies have to a duty to have regard to these obligations. So you might say, oh, wonderful, you have this. All public bodies have to have regard to this obligation. That sounds great, Elaine. And I will say, fantastic, it is. But most recently, there's been a case, and I'll weave a story of this one particular case. It's called Cool Glass. And Cool Glass is the story of 13 wind farms, a development in the middle of Ireland. And unfortunately, it had something like in the order of 9 rejections of planning permission. And finally, challenged in the High Court. And the High Court said, but look at this obligation in the Climate Action Bill. Surely public bodies, including the planning authorities, must have regard to this wonderful obligation, in which case renewable energy must get a priority, a shoe-in. And that was the judgment in the High Court, which is a win. Do we say it's a win for renewable energy? This all sounds very good. Unfortunately, subsequently in the Supreme Court, I think there was a fear by the Supreme Court potentially that all public bodies would have a duty to have regard to these obligations and give a priority to renewable energy, that is going to be unworkable from a public sector perspective. And so the judgment was railed in. And now the ruling appears to be that you have to have regard to these obligations in the general sense, and that our climate obligations are already embedded within all of our other sort of statutory obligations in terms of public bodies. So this means that there is a question as to whether or not this could be challenged again. The decision, the planning in this particular instance was sent back to the planning authorities for consideration again. And it's interesting that what had happened in that case is the area was in fact zoned for wind, and then the planning expired, and the planning, the local plan changed so that wind was no longer possible in that particular area. So you can see how local planning associations, what they do can implement planning in the global scheme. So I would say there's been some changes. There's been a planning act, like all Europeans, trying to make a one-stop shop for planning. Some of that is positive, but the details haven't been rolled out. So we're yet to see the benefits of some of these larger scale legislative pieces, and we need the support of the courts in order to affect this on a grander scale. So I would say, let's just look at this at a later stage. A lot done, more to do.
Thank you, Elaine. For someone, I'm speaking for someone who is primarily involved in wind farm development and construction here in Serbia. This hurts. This story, very unfortunate. although those figures for capacity of offshore wind farms sounds enormous for sure. I hope the decision will be changed and challenged somehow. I don't know whether there is a path now to be changed. Davorin, what do you think about legislation and the development in that regard? You have a fast track in Bosnia, or it's Stanislav is laughing. Okay.
Definitely it's not fast. Branislava even can share her thoughts about it because she is involved at some point. Well, listen, I started with energy law some 15 years ago working on the TPP project, the biggest one in the region, Stanari power plant. So it was 15 years ago, and I would say in Bosnia, coal still matters. It's not fashionable any longer, but yeah, we are hardly dependent on the coal. Luckily, we are running out of coal, so maybe things will change in the near future. Okay, after that, maybe in past 10 years, we had, very popular idea was these small power plants. Hundreds of small power plants were built in the country, but it did not contribute much to the energy supply, security supply. Now, it's very popular. Photovoltaics. Everybody, if they have some field or some small real estate, they are dreaming about, having photovoltaic either on their roof or on their field, and they will make some money on that, and that will be their pension plan. But we will see what will happen with that. In parallel, legislation. Okay, when it comes to the renewable, legislation is okay. We are trying to follow actually directives, European legislative framework, and so on. But in reality, much more things needs to be done. It's not only legislation about renewables or about the energy. It's complete legal framework that has, to provide you actually security for your investment, to provide possibility to get permits very fast, to have, how to say, aligned practice in whole country, which is not the case at the moment. As Elaine mentioned, local councils, how they see things, what they are including. So I don't have straightforward answer. I would say, okay, legislation is okay. We are following. Okay, maybe we are a little bit late. Okay, we are implementing one energy package and new one is coming. Okay, sometimes it's not good to be first one, implementing things. You can learn from experience of others who are more fast. So we will see actually.
Okay, thank you, Davorin. For sure, Bosnia and Herzegovina has a very complex regulatory framework and is divided into between three entities. So much more challenges than in Serbia.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's true. Yeah, every legal opinion in Bosnia starts with Bosnia is a complex country with two entities, one district, and one entity has then. Okay, people living in federal countries can understand this. Difference in Bosnia is that lower levels like entities, Republic of Srpska and Federation, have very strong competencies, especially in the field of energy. And you saw Mario's presentation later this morning, actually, where he was presenting things. So it is complex in that sense. Okay, thanks to technical assistance projects, these legislative pieces are pretty much aligned. There is not so much differences, but what differs is a practice. For instance, you have electricity laws in both entities that are pretty much alike. But for instance, concessions are on lower level, on the level of cantons, and each village has its own practice, which is confusing. sometimes. You don't know. That was actually the reason we wanted to have, energy law association. So we can have a platform, so you can call a colleague and ask how it's done in southern part of the country, how it in the northern part, because you can read the law, I mean, but sometimes it's not enough, actually.
Thank you, Darian. Branislav, what about Serbia? I have my opinion. What's yours?
It seems that I am in the most difficult situation to talk here today, but somehow I like it what Davorin mentioned, that the best lawyer is one in his or her village, yeah, and it is always, and it is not just about village, it was about jurisdiction, and that is an issue. But somehow what is in Serbia, always this is true in every country, and also in Serbia, but how was energy legislation in Serbia? And regarding energy transition, for example, I remember that in 2010, with a group of engineers, I drafted, and it was published, the guidelines to how to construct and perform energy activities from different renewable sources. And there were 6 guides, one for small hydropower at that moment, one for wind, one for geothermal, one for biomass, one for solar thermal, one for photovoltaic. And after that, it was somehow preconditioned to start, that project started after that. Why it was happened? It wasn't that people who was involved in development don't know what to do. The case was that when after, and I didn't realize where is the gap. But when I went to present this to one conference of, as Jocelyn mentioned, special planner, there were many people from municipalities who issued the construction permits. They listened, and after my presentation, they said, thank you. And I asked, okay, that's nice to hear that, but what was the issue? They explained me that because of different sectors of legislation that was involved in construction of energy facilities, that means energy legislation, environmental legislation, construction legislation. Now, when we are talking from this distance, we know everything. But at that moment, they didn't know how to mix all of this and also to add their special planning documentation. And I think after that started, sometimes even we know how it is happening with the legislation, as Davorin mentions, we are running to catch this moving target of European Union legislation. Important is because it is not possible to be in every segment in line with everything. And this harmonization between sectors, between primary and secondary legislation can't be done in one day. It is very good to have these soft types of support for implementation of legislation. Guides usually can help in many cases. And I have to say that European Commission confirmed this to me because they made codes and guides for functioning of transmission system operation in many sectors. That means it is not really just soft law. These are Commission regulations, but even that, I think that guides issued by respective authorities to help how to construct the facility, how to follow whole procedure can help. For example, in Serbia, maybe the guide for how to construct and connect and somehow perform activities with storage will be very interesting to be produced. Thank you.
Yeah, we're still waiting for proper legal framework for storages here in Serbia. Although we are already obliged to comply with let's say, rooftop legislation, which requires storages even for small project and for sure for larger. But I completely agree with Branislava. Development starts with spatial planning and in developing of detailed regulation plan for example, that opens a room for at least 10 areas of law, which can be terrifying. But this why we are here, and where the association can help market participants for sure. So thank you, Branislava, for this. Elaine, you are for sure expert for a legal aspect of TSO operations, as I assume, both practically and academically. So from TSO perspective, legal certainty is often important as a reliable infrastructure and the grid capacity for sure. But which legal or regulatory developments have proven most important in strengthening Ireland's energy security?
I'm not sure it's a legal development, but there is a modelling service that's carried out by the University of Cork in conjunction with EirGrid, and it's called the Adaptation Transition Network, I think. And what it does is it does a lot of modelling in terms of looking at future scenarios and providing data as to basically the changes that are necessary for the grid in order to facilitate the ontake of renewable energy. So I think that has been a useful tool in terms of making people aware of the level of system changes that need to be made. There's also a number of different teams that work together, government departments together with EirGrid and Sony to basically manage the transition to renewable energy. And I think that has been crucial. In terms of other regulatory frameworks, I think the challenge in Ireland is, as I've spoken previously, it's about managing the citizens' right to challenge in judicial review or through challenging a particular planning project or aspects of it as it affects any of those particular citizens, and the greater good of the community and for Ireland in basically being able to develop our energy capacity and comply with these guidelines on our great journey to 2050. So I think probably in terms of what some of those regulatory or legal steps that have helped us. I think there's recently a piece of legislation, a statutory instrument that's been presented in the last month that sort of limits the amount of money that citizens can receive if they challenge not just a planning application, if they bring a general judicial review application. It limits the amount of money that can be claimed. Now, there are people who will suggest that possibly is unconstitutional or it has democratic implications in the sense that if someone brings a major challenge and goes to court, you could spend hundreds of thousands, and limiting the amount of money in terms of costs that can be recovered to a fraction of that potentially is not something that maybe everyone will support. But that is certainly one measure to look at what can be challenged, to look at combating the right of citizens to challenge projects, while at the same time facilitating the build out of infrastructure that is necessary. So in terms of the development of a one-stop shop, Ireland, like all places, are struggling in terms of implementing planning legislation. There's regulations, which is essentially the breaking down of planning legislation. They're still in the process and they haven't yet been issued. So although we talk about a one-stop shop, there's still a lot of work to do in terms of legal and regulatory measures it's important, I think, that the technical piece happens in the background and creates an imperative for both policy development and also future regulatory and legal changes. And over time, hopefully, they will be sufficient. And I am reasonably confident that there could be a way through in terms of that recent case that I was speaking about, because although the scope has been narrowed, there still is an obligation to have regard to our energy and carbon neutrality obligations. So how that is lived out in reality, it could be more positive than we initially consider. So I hope that has answered your question.
Yeah, it answers perfectly. And also here in Serbia, we have a one-stop shop but I don't feel it. Honestly, it's Branislava, let's talk from a Serbian perspective. Where do you see the most tangible contribution of the Energy Law Association? Is it in legislative advocacy? Is it educational or something else? What we have managed to do thus far in that regard?
It can't be say it is only one thing, but from my understanding, yes, what we wrote in our aims and mission, yes, it is that our role is both things that you mentioned, but it is more. That means we are here and cooperate somehow to support development of the energy law, to support and share the knowledge between us and other audience, and also to contribute to networking between different professionals who are involved in energy activities, energy practice, making strategies, and policy workers, because we are implementing that, and we know where the gaps, and we share these problems with the decision makers.
Thank you, Branislava. Davorin, we mentioned complex regulatory and institutional framework in Bosnia, but how association can help in overstepping that barriers and these obstacles?
Well, as I mentioned, we have different jurisdictions, just different sub-jurisdictions. I'm always scared when the client asks me for the list of permits he needs for a project. Frankly speaking, because, you have some basic scheme, but there is a lot of those side permits, consents, and things like that, and you are never sure. So in my vision, the Energy Law Association would contribute to that, to have standardized it. We have some guidelines, something like that, but as I said, in reality, it pretty much it's changed. And now in Bosnia, I mean, it should be at some point a role of the Energy Law Association. We have now new things, for instance, electricity, okay, but gas is a big story now in Bosnia because currently it's only Russian gas, but now there are new projects, that should bring some American LNG to the country. It is very complex, and it became a pretty much legal issue because we have a new law that is, for instance, the project is given to one company and the name of the company is written in the law, which is a bit unusual. And of course, European Union reacted immediately, and now we are in the middle of some kind of fight. And what would be the role of the Energy Law Association in that structure, actually, because we gathered particularly in that question, should we say something about it? Should we share our opinion? What should we say in that respect in Bosnia? Okay, it took us a while. We took some stand, but we didn't announce it yet because we are not registered. But if you have a discussion amongst the professionals who are working in the practice, and as Branislav actually mentioned it, we know the laws and we are working on the laws, so we should be aware of all details and background for what's written in the law. So that's the whole point of the Energy Law Association, actually, to bring people that are working in practice, to have a common stand and maybe to communicate that further.
Thank you, Davorin. Nicely put. Now it's the perfect time to address questions to all of you, which is the most important question on this panel. Can association genuinely influence a policy or not? What is your opinion? Yes, first, Elaine, please.
Sorry, I was hoping for divine inspiration in terms of whether law associations can influence or not. Maybe it's important to look at what we mean by influence. The scale of the challenge here is massive, certainly for Ireland. I expect it's massive in different ways for each country. And as Ivona said, there is no right answer, and the answer is different for every single country. So what I think is important is two things, is one, having a forum, and maybe there's more than one in your country, in order to discuss both the policy and the legal issues with a view to influencing how it is resolved. And second of all, it's important to try and learn, like this opportunity has given us, from other jurisdictions with a view to coming up with the best answers. And it might be that you can learn somewhat from another jurisdiction and then nuance it and develop it to have its maximum application in your own country. So I think for me, that is the role of energy law associations like EFLE and Energy Law Ireland, to take whatever opportunity we can to discuss issues. You can't guarantee influencing policy, but you can perhaps guarantee talking about issues and helping come up with the best answer.
I fully agree. Branislav?
I will try to be very short. Can association make influence to policy? Yes, it can, on two ways. One way is that our members are usually, not all of them together, but some of them are involved in these processes. That is the way how to make influence. And also this is what we are doing together, the way how to make influence on the policy and strategy. Also, as Elaine mentioned and Davorin mentioned, we invite our friends from abroad. Together, we make influence to that and show good examples, bad examples. That is the way. Thanks.
Thank you, Branislava. Davorin, I know that you can't answer from your experience for sure, but what do you think? How will be in Bosnia in the future in that regard? Can you influence a policy using your association?
Hardly. But in my opinion, I don't think we can influence as such, but we can contribute. And that should be actually sufficient in my point of view. Okay, policy is far too serious business to leave it to politicians only. That because professionals have to be involved, especially because in Bosnia, and I believe in the region generally, public consultations process. Usually they are just formal part of the procedure, not utilized fully. And maybe that's the actually room for Energy Law Association to play in. I mean, because if you have public consultations and if the people are aware of the public consultations process, does the actually room, to contribute, to share your opinions. At least, even if they do not listen, you will have full right to say after that, okay, we told you so, So that's it. That's how I see it.
Thank you, Davorin. Any thoughts from audience? Okay, then I will conclude. Now, I would like to kindly ask my colleague Angelika to try to summarize what we done here. Okay, thank you.
Say something also, because Angelika is our secretary. And somehow, can you, when you summarize this in the, as we mentioned in a very short way, can also your opinion on this last question to be?
For sure, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Vuk. Thank you, Branislava. Thank you, Elaine. And thank you, Davorin. It is really a pleasure for me to summarize today's panel and also offer my views on this last question. I'm mindful of the time, so I'll try to capture the thoughts in the most efficient way possible. I want to start by addressing the topic of today's conference and yesterday's conference, which unfortunately I couldn't come yesterday, but only today, which is energy security. And I think this was touched on best by Elaine when she said that not only are we dealing with what we've dealt with 15 or 10 years ago, which was technology shifts mainly. This was the main challenge. Then on top of that, we've dealt with world events, such as wars around the world. On top of that, we have very natural challenges, such as the rising population, and also climate challenges that we deal with. All of these things compromise our energy security. So there is a clear impact on customers in all of the markets and all of the countries, not just the ones presented on the panel, but globally. On that, the cost of energy has gone up, I would say, in all of the countries that we've discussed. And it is important to openly discuss how to deal with these challenges and how to ensure energy security. An energy association is a natural forum for this discussion. Today on this panel, we have had a mix of old and new associations, which was very helpful in to understand both experiences, but also energy and anticipation and expectations for the future. We have seen markets that are different when it comes to legislative developments. So from very interesting high court decisions on wind projects to hearing from Davorin that a public discussion might just be a formal step in the process. So we definitely come from different backgrounds. And we have different legislations in the sense that all of our, historically, our laws are all different, the policies are all different. And on top of that, when, as Branislava mentioned, we have to add harmonizing with EU and different international instruments, we are talking about a moving target. It's not a still target we need to reach, it's a moving target. So moving on, how do associations address this? The simplest lesson learned for me was, I think, mentioned by all of the panelists, which is we come together and we discuss. And it sounds so simple, but yet this is something that in professional circles and also in policy processes is severely lacking. And as I mentioned, an association is a natural forum for a diverse group of professionals to come together and to discuss how to address pertinent challenges. As mentioned by Elaine mostly, rather than advocacy for different groups, we have an open conversation with all stakeholders. So we represent expertise on a matter with integrity. We are looking for solutions and we are looking at what is the best fit in the country that we are in. And as emphasized by Branislav, our power is in our diversity. Looking at our own Serbian Association of Energy Lawyers, we are not just lawyers. We have associated members of various professions, including engineers. And I'm sure you can agree with me that very often lawyers and engineers don't speak the same language. But in associations, we try to do that. as also emphasized by Davorin, this is a very narrow field. Even though there are different groups of people discussing energy from various energies all around us, we don't really get to talk to each other, and experts in this field tend to have very narrow, close groups. So associations are a way that we come together and discuss. Finally, I want to point out another thing that Branislava said that is important, which is very often our legislations, the laws in one country don't talk to one another. So the construction law and the waste management law and the communal services law and the energy law, they have very different terminology, they have very different languages. And it takes a lot of people to be able to put them together and to have them in the same, to have them talk to one another. Ultimately, I would like to underline why we are together and what are the main goals of an energy association. Taking from Davorin's wonderful personal example that he had, what he faced in his own life as, he said, a normal person in the Balkans, I can say we are not just lawyers. We are, most of us, normal people who are living in our communities. I don't think you are from the Balkans if you have not played Ne ljuti se čoveče under candles with your family or any kind of card game. So we are experts in our field that are also living in our communities. So it is very natural that we come together and we try to propose solutions. My view on whether or not we can influence policy is that we should, first of all, think, should we influence policy and how we go about that? I am sure that we can. We can influence policy on every market, because when we come together and when we put our minds to it, we can influence policy. But how we go about that is another question. I have three things that I have taken from your presentations as good ways. We speak policy, and this is our superpower. So we recognize the needs of the communities that we live in, we serve those communities, and we propose solutions. Three ways that we can do that is to create a forum for open discussion, to listen to one another and to recognize challenges. The second is to discuss and to propose solutions with integrity. So not lobbying groups, not looking from a particular interest perspective, but from an expert professional perspective, looking at our country and what would be the best solution. And the third and most practical are the guides with our expertise, so written guidance to colleagues from other professions who might not be experienced in the field, that our association has members who have greatly contributed. So those would be my lessons learned.
Thank you, Angelika. Straight to the point, nothing to add. So I would like to conclude this panel. Thank you all of you again, and see you next year.
I would like, because the panel is just over, I would like to continue with concluding remarks. What do you think? Is it better to make photo now or to make photo after concluding remarks? Okay. Yeah. We can continue.
Okay. So I prepared my conclusion, but I decided to the excellent explanation of Andrea, that we don't need more words. We have to work together. And certainly this conference highlighted the valuable contribution of UPES. Thank you, Branislava. Thank you, Belgrade. And I don't want to read my conclusion. I would like only to thank you all, also the organizers, the girls outside this room. I would like to underline that energy law is not a niche. We have to work fostering knowledge, and investing in energy law is investing in an asset like a pipeline, an energy community, a nuclear plants. And certainly, if you invest in the knowledge of energy law, you will receive a payment every time. So enjoy this day, enjoy this conference, and let's see with Ivone next year for the Expo 2027 with Branislava and other Serbian friends. That's all.
Thank you, Marinella. In program is written that also I have to say something to conclude everything, and I will continue with thank you, thanks to all of you, because in every connectivity, these events always inspire me and our members to continue. Somehow, I think that it was successful conference. First time it was 2 days conference from our association. We have a lot of guests from abroad, our dear friends, and I think that we improved with this conference, energy law. I believe that we can make a small impact in also in policy, energy policy of Serbia. And somehow, thank you for our sponsors. Thank you for our BBN Congress management to help us in organization. Thank you all, and come here to make a photo together, because we will not stop our cooperation. And today is UPE's birthday. Somehow, we are going to eat something and go to cafe to drink something to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you.